Welcome everybody to the Area 111 live stream. This is your host RH again, coming at you from the beautiful sunshine state of Florida. And tonight I'm kind of mixing things up a little bit with some science fiction. A lot of people deem this to be science fiction, but there is a thing out there basically in our solar system called the Three Eye Atlas. Some people say it's a comet, and some people say it's a interstellar um, alien type craft or a mothership. A mothership. I guess it's about the big as Manhattan. And from what I understand, it's growing in mass. Now, I'll get into that a little bit later in the live stream. So bear with me. Now, there's a couple of corrections I'd like to make far as the last live stream I did. Now, I talked about a phasing out of the U.S. Treasury note. I think I meant to say phasing in of the U.S. Treasury note and phasing out the Federal Reserve note of the central foreign banks. Okay, central foreign banks. The phasing out of the basically the the Federal Reserve note. Now, of course, a lot of people know this, and there's some people that it's just not their topic of interest or discussion. So a lot of people know this, and we've known this for decades. The Federal Reserve Bank, basically, or banks, the foreign Federal Reserve banks, they print our money, right? And they charge us interest on the money they print for us. So that's the reason why we have, I think it's our national debt. Somebody can check the debt clock for me. We're over, we're in around $37 trillion in debt. A large portion of that debt is the interest we pay on that debt. Now, that's the reason why, in my opinion, they want lower interest rates. Now, there's two sets of ideas there. As far as lowering the interest rate, they said that basically devalues our dollar when they lower the interest rates. And then other people say that basically, let's see, that it basically our economy will start to jumpstart. It will jumpstart our economy if they lower the interest rates back to like it was in 2017, I believe it was. You can get a pretty decent interest rate for a mortgage, around 3%. You know, um, area. I remember I got one a little over 4%, and that's a big, big problem. It's like throwing a monkey wrench into our economy. Whenever you keep the interest rates high like that, like they are now. I've seen some loans, out there that are over 6%, up in the 5% range. You're talking about a 30-year mortgage, and paying that kind of interest on a 30-year mortgage, you end up buying like three houses, enough money to buy like three homes when it's all over with, or definitely two homes, right? So, anyways, so I'm in the camp with I like to see the interest rates lowered. That will jumpstart our economy and really things start to take off. And also, when we move production back into the United States, manufacturing, that's basically going to be it's going to basically be supply versus demand. So there's going to be plenty of supply, like the free market system should be. They destroyed our free market system basically, uh, I won't say certain group on the certain side of the aisle in our Congress, but yeah, I think that's pretty much them. I think they've been collecting money. Now, these are just opinions of RH. Now, people have gotten in trouble with this before. I think these foreign entities are paying off. A lot of people probably own half of Congress. That's just my opinion. That's the reason why they don't seem to be voting for anything that's, America first, except for maybe a handful of Republicans or maybe more than a handful. So, anyways, yeah, we need our financial sovereignty back. We need to restore our financial sovereignty, and I do believe the way to do it is to phase out the Federal Reserve notes and phase in the U.S. Treasury notes. Now, far as my understanding, the Federal Reserve was moved back into or under the U.S. Treasury. So now, whether that's all true or not, or basically there's the shell game or whatever they play, they played a shell game, and it's still the same old song and dance, right? But yeah, there's for some reason don't seem like there's any. I don't know if the alerts are going out, what's going on here, but I know it's 10:24 p.m. But testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Now I know that there's as far as the main topic of tonight's live stream, basically is 3i Atlas terraforming Mars. Now, there's a lot of information I've been listening to. Basically, a NASA source of information and uh, scientists and physics, live streams or recordings for YouTube, and I've been going through a lot of them, a lot of them. Now, this, of course, they say this is just the only in the human history of this world. They say there's only been three interstellar objects come into our solar system like 3i Atlas. There was one back, I think, in 2017. I forgot. I won't even begin to remember remember how to pronounce mumbo whatever. It wasn't mumbo jumbo, but I can't remember the exact name of it. But that was one of them. I remember that. So test 1 2, see what's going on. Let me see if Rumble is anything going on over Rumble. So let me get Rumble started here. What in the world's going on here? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Okay, so just had to refresh Rumble for some reason, maybe. But that doesn't affect YouTube. So YouTube. Now, I did have a live stream a couple weeks ago that was basically over 1,600 views, somewhere between 1,600 and 1,700 views. So I was kind of surprised for that. That was YouTube. But I do believe they are still, you got the holdovers from the the Biden administration, in my opinion, and working with these large corporations. I do believe that they are still censoring, and they'll in a way, this is just another opinion of RH's. In a way, and I could be wrong. In a way, they brought us back. A lot of the major influencers And basically, major influences, especially ones with inside information of the Trump administration, they got their friends inside. They just basically listen to them. It's like, watching professional football and you see how the coach hides his playbook and, covers up his mouth so they can't read his lips and all that kind of thing. It's like, you know, it's like our coaches, it's like our defensive and offensive coaches, if you will, just turning their playbooks around and showing and speaking without putting their hand over their mouth or whatever, or try to block, uh, them being able to read what they're saying. So it's that's what it kind of appears to me. So now we have 0 viewers on YouTube. That's crazy. 0 viewers, and we have just 2, and I make the 3rd on Rumble. But I'm not whining about it, but got to do something here to try to get the algorithms kicking in. I get sometimes when I see this, I get kind of scared. Is something happened? Really major happening? So let me go back to YouTube and see what's going on over there real quick. So let me for some refresh YouTube as well. Okay, there's actually, so going back to terraforming Mars, there's actually a board game. I think it's a board game, some type of game. You can actually buy it and play it. So, that's basically what they're doing when they sent all these these rovers, whatever, and they're testing soil samples. I mean, I got into this the last few live streams. Yeah, you look at a lot of people just look at the Giza pyramids, for example, and they just take that for granted. Okay, well, they take it for granted that these things were only built like 5,000, maybe 6,000 years ago, whatever. But remember, before the fall, I guess they call it the fall of man, right before Eve took from the tree of knowledge of good and evil and gave it to her husband. Before that, remember, it was basically God and the angels or the sons of God that basically created men and women, right? And that's what a lot of people say. That's their theory, that's how the races were created. Okay. And then after the 7th day, then Adam was created, right? Far as in chronology, whatever, in that order. If you read the Bible from Genesis chapter 1 all the way to basically after Adam and Eve was created, and then Eve being beguiled or tricked into taking from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that God commanded them not to take from, and giving it to her husband, and he took it too. So could it actually be a fruit? Yes, it could be actually a fruit. The fruit from, they call it the fruit from the poisonous tree, right? So, and the apple of our eye, or the apple of my eye, that saying and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? They call that what New York, they call it what, the Big Apple or something like that. I forgot all these names and everything. There's so many of them to consider when you're talking about subjects like this. But anyways, let me get over to the source reference page. Maybe people start to flow in a little bit later. Oh, there might be NFL tonight. I think they have a game Thursday night. They have a game too. Monday night. I haven't watched NFL until like a couple weeks ago. I watched the Bucks game, and they won. It was a really good game. The last time they played was, I guess it was Monday night. They lost that game against Detroit Lions. But anyways, the narrators was putting out a couple of things that are, it takes a village. That's Hillary Clinton. It takes a village type of crowd, right? So, and that's Detroit, Michigan, right? Detroit Lions. So let me get into the source reference here real quick of terraforming. Now, terraforming is basically. Let me go ahead and read the actual definition of terraforming. It's basically to make it habitable for human life or for life. Terraforming definition. Oh yes, I made another mistake. Not only did I say phasing out the U.S. Treasury note instead of phasing in, or you know, um, phasing out the Federal Reserve note in the same process, right? I also said that the Scottish was basically helped us in during the Civil War. I meant to say that was part of the Revolutionary War. Okay, and we went through the possible royal connections with President Trump and whether they got that from we. There's a certain individual. I don't want to call out names because the person doesn't know me personally, so I won't call out any names. Something about 107, but that's it. You know, uh, we all have our nicknames and that kind of thing. But anyways, something about a matador. But I went through that a little bit, kind of like in little bit in detail, or more detail. Now, when we had that summons and that basically, I'll put this up there for real quick so y'all know what I'm talking about. I'll change out the avatar and put out that document that supposedly was signed by Trump. Now I'm gonna put this on there now. It's new avatar. So hold on a second. Now Trump, in my opinion, I could be wrong. He's related to King Olaf. Olaf is his first name, a Scottish king, the king of the Isles. Now that goes back to the 1200s. So right, it doesn't go all the way to the like 1620 when the Mayflower uh, basically they came to America. You know what I mean? So and established the first colony in Jamestown. That's what it was named. It was named after King James. Of course, we were America. The original colonies was at war with King George the Third. So I asked people if that was a mistake. Please put what number of King George that was. And the Scots actually helped us uh, with that Revolutionary War. Now, I don't know the extent of it. I got into a little bit of it. So hold on a second. Now, I talked about pre-flood events technology. That's going to roll into what I'm going to talk about tonight. This information is also in the scriptures, right? It's in our holy scriptures. It's in the Bible, talking about the Pharaoh of Assyria, that kind of thing. So Pharaoh, the Assyrian king, I think it was. I can't remember all that. So much to basically unpack, and almost impossible to remember every single thing that we go through, even if you have a photostatic memory. And there's sometimes we call information overload, and there's so much information. So sometimes it's better not to jump around from one subject to the other like I do a lot. But if it comes to mind something, an idea or something I want to talk about that I haven't talked about or clarified earlier, sometimes I'll jump around, and that's the reason why I do it. Because if I don't talk about it at that time, I may forget it and never talk about it again. It might be something really, really important. So, anyways, now this goes back again. I'm going to kind of like set the stage here of where the summons, the presidential summons, and this declaration of authority and summons. Now, I have a live stream, and it has actually that document on the avatar. So when you go down my list of live streams on Rumble or YouTube, on Rumble especially, you can see the entire declaration of authority and summons, the entire document, and I'm reading for it right now. It's a law, basically, declaration of authority and summons by the authority vested in the President of the United States for America as Commander-in-Chief under Article 2 of the Constitution, and by the immutable laws of common law sovereignty, it is hereby declared: 1. Lawful command under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer of the United States Armed Forces, by oath and by law, is bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. The UCMJ affirms that all generals and admirals remain subject to such orders, including the command to assemble. Number 2, sovereign right under common law. From ancient precedent to modern practice, the head of a sovereign republic or kingdom holds the prerogative to summon his military leaders for counsel, recognition of authority, and the reordering of the nation's defense. This right is both inherent and incontestable. Thereby, by the order of His Excellency of the Western Kingdom and the President of the United States for America, all flag officers are hereby summoned to Virginia on September 30th, 2025. This assembly shall formally recognize and reaffirm allegiance to the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America. Okay, it's basically restoring our sovereignty. Now, the Western Kingdom, thereby by order of His Excellency of the Western Kingdom. Okay, now let's read the definition of a Western Kingdom. That Western Kingdom meaning is a country of Western Europe consisting of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, population 64,700,000. That was estimated in 2015. Capital, London. Full name, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Okay, so now that's the Western King. That's King Charles that they're referring to in that summons. Now, so let me go back to the summons again. Stand by. Okay, so again, thereby by order of His Excellency of the Western Kingdom and President of the United States for America. Okay, for America. Okay, now Excellency is referring up top. Normally, you don't call the king of the Western Kingdom His Excellency. Now, His Excellency, actually, the definition of His Excellency. Hey, Tracy, great to see you. Yeah, she's doing a little better. Thank you for asking. Well, I'm glad the algorithms finally popped up. We're seeing four people here now besides myself. I'm 8'5". She had physical therapy today, and she's doing better. She still can't stand on her own for long periods of time or walk on her own. Just to, basically, we would consider short distances, right? But she's getting better, and thank God. Thank you for all your prayers too. Thank you everyone that prayed for Miss RH. In case you didn't know, and hey, we're still up with the prayers. Believe me, she's not out of the woods yet. On September 1st, she had a stroke, and she lost all feeling of her left side of her body. And thank God it was a light stroke on the right side of her brain, which affects your left side of your body. I didn't know all that information either until earlier. But and she had basically the cause was high blood pressure. It was 220 over 130, I think it was, on September 1st, and it was still high the next day. But they got her mom was able to bring raced across the street, got her mom and her because her mom's been dealing with her health, of course, since her daughter was alive. I mean, since she was a baby. So, anyways, she brought over her blood pressure machine and took her blood pressure, and it was like 220. I thought it was 220. Yeah, 220 over 130. So she basically calmed her down, because she got really, really, you freak out when you can't move your side of your body, right? So she got her to take her blood pressure medication. Her blood pressure did go down where it wasn't at a dangerous level. So basically, she keep deserving her. And the next day when she came back to check on her again, before she left, her mom left, her blood pressure wasn't at a dangerous level. So she came back the next day and she still couldn't walk. She still couldn't walk on her own. So she took her to the emergency room, and basically that is what it is. Now, I know this wasn't the topic, but I think it deserves to be mentioned. Now, of course, Helen was born in the United States of America. She's a U.S. citizen. She's has a disability, and she has what do you call that? Medicaid. Medicaid. They basically it's simply healthcare. I think it's called the insurance company. They wouldn't cover her hospital stay. They wouldn't even cover. They said they're not going to cover her hospital stay. That's infuriating. I won't go in and talk about you know, all the but it's infuriating to me, you know, that they don't cover her because she's had that basically for quite a long time. You know, she has other disabilities she has to live with, and those are legit. Those aren't made up. The doctors are the one that evaluated her and did all the tests and everything. So, and they put her on Medicaid. So, anyways, and for them to refuse to pay she had a stroke. What were we supposed to do? I really believe because of her, what do you call it? Okay, so the hypertension has to do with high blood pressure and anxiety. I do believe because of her anxiety, if I called actually 911 and they showed up with, the medics and everything, and we're going to take her out of the home, uh, I do believe that will cause her blood pressure to go up even higher, and she may not have made it. And thank God, uh, thank God. Uh, so, but she was under the wrong blood pressure medication. It wasn't doing right. Another doctor of hers changed it, the one that was working, and so, anyways, thank God, thank God for everybody's prayers, and I appreciate it. So, going back to this, and thank you for asking, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Now, I want to give a shout out to um, LWN, that's Liberty Warrior Nation, and welcome him back to his YouTube live streams or his streams plural. I think he's streaming over there on uh, Facebook as well as other type of channels. I don't know. I just basically run on both Rumble and YouTube. Now on YouTube, there's my channel is Area Space 111. Okay, there's a space between area and the numbers 111 or 111, however you want to call it. And on Rumble, it's Area 111 without the space. So if you want to check out my channel, now I don't know why when you type in Area 111 on Rumble without the space, something else comes up first, and then you got to go on there and click on it twice. And you got to look for the blue background, white letter, capital letter A for my avatar. That's how you can find this channel over on Rumble. So there might be some problems. Heck, there was problems for myself finding my own channel, because when I I I typed in the search bar for Rumble, areas area 111 without the space, it took me somewhere else. And then I have to go back up there and click on the channel search bar again and look for the blue background with a capital letter A. So if y'all couldn't find my channel over there, that's probably the reason why. Heck, I couldn't even find it for a while. And I don't know, it went to, Grace something up. I'm a Christian myself, so I don't mind, but I don't, when I share the channel link, the name of my channel over there, I don't like to be redirected, my channel be redirected somewhere else, you know what I mean? So, but anyways, I do believe that these people aren't as nice as we pretend they are. Oh, wow, you really did us a favor, right? Well, how many people that were monetized that were basically deplatformed? I was deplatformed right before I could be monetized on YouTube. Deplatformed. They never restored my videos and stuff like that. And I just got censored on Facebook just a couple weeks ago. They lied and said I was basically glorifying violence and all this stuff. I shared a Wall Street Journal photograph of the compound in Pakistan where the raid took place, right? The Osama bin Laden raid, so-called raid in Pakistan at Abbottabad, I believe it's called. There was fires in there, right? But there was no gory death, videos or pictures or nothing that I shared. So they just took down that whole thing. And, when people see that, they go, well, oh, we don't want to look at that stuff. I mean, I'm not out there glorifying violence and gory stuff and lawlessness. I don't do that at all. That's not me. That's not my spirit. That's somebody else's spirit. And it's false witnessing. It's defamation, in my opinion. They've done that so many times on my channel, and they deplatform me, so I can never become monetized. The only monetization that I've had so far is by people donating to this channel. And it goes back a couple years ago. People were trying to get me a new microphone or new phone or something because my audio was horrible, staticky, and it was horrible. Very, very bad. Very, very, very bad. So, anyways, people were wanting to buy me a new phone, and they sent money out, to help me get a new mic, whatever. I never got the money. I just told the Search for Truth, just go ahead and um, use that money for yourself or somebody that's more needed. Because on Thanksgiving, I got paid again, and I didn't need any help. But thank you for the blessings, and thank you for the thoughts for those that basically um, donated to this channel over on Rumble or however they did it. So, anyways, I'm gonna get back to the summons letter, and I'm going to go over again the originator of that summons letter that everybody was reading. There was a Michael Jaco show, and I forgot the lady that was on the show. They went through it too. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more depth, like deep, depth, shallow or deep, depth. So, anyways, full disclosure here on Rumble. Full disclosure. So far, as of to date, the all-time earnings on Rumble is $54.75. That's for over 2.5 years, right? All-time views, 97,430. And total followers, 320. And some may remember it was Shane Phelps that actually got me up to over to 100. It was his live stream, and he basically told people to go over and follow me over on Rumble, because that was after they deplatformed me on YouTube. Now, YouTube, they kept me throttled back at only around 450 subs, because at the 500 mark, I could have a great show. Like I had 1,700 or 1,600 views a show a couple weeks ago. So in one live stream, in my opinion, I could go over that 500 mark and be qualified to be monetized on YouTube. And then if I was monetized, what I would do is I would go out there and I get a desktop or laptop and start conducting actually more professional type live streams. And who knows? I might even reveal my bright and shiny face to everyone, to the entire world. So anyway, so you won't just have to look at a avatar, a talking picture. That's what somebody called it. They came in the live stream. What is this? It's just a talking picture. You know what I mean? A talking picture, right? And I kind of like compare this to talk radio, right? You don't see people talking on talk radio show unless it's broadcasted in a different way, like on a podcast too, as well as on the radio. So I don't know. Who knows? So, anyways, I don't even know how to cash out this whopping $54.75. And for those that donated a couple dollars here or there, or $10 here and there, thank you for that. I appreciate it. But I appreciate y'all donating your money or to charitable causes that are more needy, like helping out church pantries or whatever. What do you call that? What do they call those, locker rooms or whatever, pantries with food banks? Yeah, if you can go to those churches that are basically, because this might get worse here, and there's a lot of people out there that are really, really struggling with this inflation. And with LWN talking about, we need to reduce this inflation. This inflation is ridiculous. These people have just gotten away with, I call it theft, hands over fist. So with all this manufacturing coming back into our country and us basically producing our own product, the turnaround is going to be quicker. And because of the logistics involved in shipping all this manufactured goods from overseas, like China, whatever, or Mexico, even, or Canada, and when it starts coming back to the United States, and more foreign manufacturers coming back into the United States to do business here, I think things will start to turn around. But if these people get too greedy, and you know how it is with these board of directors and stuff like that in these corporations, they're looking at the bottom line, that bottom line, net profit. And so I just hope they don't get too greedy, right? They don't get too greedy. They lower their prices. So people can survive. Okay. Now let's see. Let me get back to the live stream here real quick. Okay, so go back to what I was talking about before. Didn't mean to go off on a tangent here, but yeah, I will talk about the 3-eye atlas, the anomalies. There's like 8 or 9 anomalies now. And let's see. Okay, so I got to go back to the Rob Cunningham document. Now you can find this on your own. Now the originator of this Declaration of Authority and Summons document, the originator, in my opinion, is Rob Cunningham. Okay, he's on LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Okay, LinkedIn. Okay, now just do a Google search, Rob Cunningham, and just type in a presidential summons to disband U.S. military estate outpost. Okay, so I do believe, based on all these military bases and stuff around the world, I think President Trump's going to want to streamline it and bring a lot of those military people back to the United States because we might need them. And these people aren't dumb, right? They're very intelligent people. They understand what took place during that invasion. The old Biden facilitated and directed invasion for 4 years. Remember, their third term, they just dropped everything. Say, they're going to blame that nice old man, right? Who has dementia. That poor nice old man. That's not his fault. He's just old and feeble, and he just forgot everything. He forgot his own name, right? I don't think he forgot how ice cream tastes, right? And when he's reading his teleprompter, you know what I mean? He's reading it. He knows he didn't write it himself. He kind of like give us a little bit cues there. Pause, and he reads pause, right? No, it means you got to pause for somebody else to talk, right? So, anyways, things like that. So that poor, nice, feeble old man. Of course, it was the Biden third term where they quadrupled down on the invasion into our country. They triple, quadrupled down on the DEI, and basically transforming the United States of America into Obama's image and likeness, right? You remember I read this thing where the military coup during Obama's uh, first two terms. Remember, Obama fired over 197 generals, top level generals. A lot of those were combat hardened. They didn't want to play these stupid woke, grooming or whatever they were doing, playing this social experiment on our military. Those those commanders, Obama fired them and basically started to. And Michelle was instrumental in that too. Remember, they were basically allowing open transgenders to serve in our military, whether you believe in that. Listen, hey, I'm not a doctor, but I do know there's two genders, and I shouldn't even have to go through this, and explain it to adults. Now, if there's children that listen to this, I can't help it. If you don't understand that and you've been basically taught something different, I can't help that. Go back to your parents and ask them the questions. Hopefully you're old enough to understand the birds and the bees and how you consummate a marriage physically. Okay, so with that said, I won't go into it any further. I mean, isn't this kind of hard to believe? We would basically regress. Our country would regress, this far back. Well, I mean, you could say Sodom and that place, Sodom and Gomorrah place, you know what I'm talking about? Regressing all the way back there. And then, yeah, it was Michelle Obama, from what I understand, and Obama as a team. They were basically going out and one of their first order of business when they got in the White House as a team, they basically took away Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I like Don't Ask, Don't Tell because I don't want to hear all this garbage. We had a job to do in the military. We are out there to try to keep America safe, try to keep everyone safe, save lives, keep from a lot of those things that are happening right now. We see that they're trying to clean up in all these cities in our country. And they basically, one of the first things was allowing transgenders to serve openly, right? Without having to, don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. That stuff, that's private stuff. That's personal, somebody's personal, sexual, whatever activities in the privacy of their own home between two adults. I don't need to, I didn't want to hear all that garbage when I was in the military. I didn't have time for it. I did not have time for that kind of garbage. And before I got out in 2001, towards the end of 2001, at the end of 2001, pretty much, they were already training us on, what do you call that? Sensitivity training. We were already getting sensitivity training. Now, that was during the Bush administration. Okay. George W. Bush administration. The administration prior to that was the Bill Clinton administration. So when it just transitioned from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush right before I retired from active duty. So yeah, like I said, they were already starting to transform our military into this type of woke social experiment by giving us sensitivity training. Now, so kind of like, it's like kind of like they have people that teach that there, but it wasn't like, I don't know if they were just looking at our expression when they start talking about certain things, but or maybe it's also to basically transition from military life to civilian life and being sensitive about the feelings of people that were groomed and, you know, was it K1 through 12? Is that what they call it? So, anyways, I'll just stop that. It's just ridiculous. So, basically, the Obama. What I wanted to say is Barack Obama. You can look up this article, Obama's military coup, and see where he fired all those officers. And this is what we're having to do now. That's what the Trump administration is having to do now. So I don't know how many of these hardened combat experienced veterans they basically kicked out of our military, and they continued on in the Biden third term, beginning January 20th of 2021 all the way up to January 20th of 2025, right? They purged those combat veterans, right? And I do believe there's going to be some people held accountable for basically what we call kind of fishy activity, far as flying people into these bases around our country, and then government buses or transportation was basically busing them in or transporting them into these districts. Okay, so let's go back to the facilitators and those facilitating and directing the invasion into our country for 4 years. Now, I'm just talking about the last 4 years of the Biden third term. Okay, remember, Obama went from the Acorn, and when the Acorn was exposed mainly by, what do you call it, Veritas, whenever they basically the undercover like reporters went into Acorn and they caught them basically teaching how to create fraudulent voter registrations. Now, for people that said that's disinformation, you can go to CNN article. Acorn produces thousands of fraudulent voter registrations. Go to that's part of their archives now, but you can still bring it up through a Google search. Okay, go search that for yourself. So Obama worked with Acorn, I believe, going all the way back to when he was a community organizer in Chicago. So now, after he was president, him and Eric Holder founded Organizing for Action. Organizing for Action basically put together about 30,000 ground troops on the ground. Okay, that's what Organizing for Action has done. Basically, whenever they're called up, and it's all really like covert type stuff. Now, a lot of this stuff is being directed through the Special Activity Center, in my opinion, through the Political Action Group. Now, the Political Action Group, their job is to influence elections. That's both foreign and domestic. Now, RH can prove that, and a lot of people can prove it. It's not just foreign anymore. Whenever they reorganized the Special Activities Center from the Special Activities Division, when they reorganized it to the Special Activities Center, that was in 2015. They were preparing to basically 2015. Remember what was 2015? 2015 was the primaries, right? That was Obama. President Trump threw his basically threw his hat into the ring. He rode down the escalator. I think it was June 20th of 2015, right? And that's when Obama, you can say Biden, right? Because they were a team. They basically reorganized the Special Activities Division to the Special Activities Center and made it more compartmentalized when it comes to the political action group. Because the political action group, remember, let me go in and explain how important this is. See, these people have been getting away with what they believe is plausible deniability, to include John Brennan, and they thought they were going to keep getting away with this over and over again. I'm sorry, but if you committed, now, Brendan, like everybody else, is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, right? Everybody. I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but if he's indicted and he's sentenced, whatever, for any type of crime, whatever, not made up stuff like they did to people on our side of the aisle, whatever. Yeah, that's when you can actually say that, right? So we got to be careful, because we don't want to defame anybody or lie about somebody or say something ridiculous that they had nothing to do with. We don't like that either. I don't support that either. So if there's any mistakes and there's any information out there that could basically change what I'm saying here as far as individuals are concerned, please provide it in the comment section after the live stream on YouTube or Rumble. And I'll read it. If I can make the necessary changes if it's required. But anyways, yeah, so they reorganized the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. They reorganized it. They made it more compartmentalized, where you can't even see where they're funding with the black budget. A lot of these, I hate to say it, protests and stuff around the world, the color revolutions, this is a lot of stuff is not conjecture. A lot of this has been proven. Okay. Remember color revolution? Remember in Ukraine? Remember what happened in Egypt when they overthrew Hosni Mubarak? Remember they broke out Mohammed Morsi from a Cairo, Egypt prison for acts of, I believe, international terrorism. He became president. He was invited as a guest speaker in the Clinton Global Initiative Foundation. He asked for a new world order. There was venture capitalists at the Clinton Global Initiative during his speech that they were talking about venture capitalism into what? The post-Israeli world. The post-Israeli world. Okay? Think about that. So I can't find that speech anymore. I can't find that speech. It's like they took it down. Man, they took it down because I was exposing it on this channel. And I didn't really hear a whole lot of other channels talking about this like I did, at least not in the detail that I have talked about. Remember, Mohammed Morsi was basically in a criminal court. He was basically detained during those court hearings. He was being tried for treason for working with Iran and Hamas, in part for the prison break that helped break him out of prison, and working covertly with Iran. That's the reason why Egypt was basically calling or trying him for treason. A lot of people don't even know that. Now, I've shared many videos of this stuff, and I don't like to get into it that much. I could be wrong with some of these things. If I am, I don't care who it is. If you got information that anything that RH says is wrong, please put it in the comments section. Please. I'm up for constructive criticism. Okay, so anyways, let me get back on track again. So Obama in 2015 and 2014, Barack Obama or a Biden, they legalized state-run propaganda. They legalized state-run propaganda. Okay, so let's see. Let's go here. I mean, this is like low-hanging fruit, people. This is low-hanging fruit. Anybody can go look this up for yourself. Go to Special Activities Center. Just Google search it. Okay. If you go down, okay, there's two groups within the Special Activities Center, okay, of the Central Intelligence Agency, responsible for covert operations. That's what the Special Activities Center does. Covert operations. There are at least two separate groups. SAC and SOG, Special Operations Group for Tactical Paramilitary Operations, and let's see. So, Special Operations Group and Political Action Group. Those are the two groups. There are at least two separate groups. Now, we don't know how many they created, but this is all. So you won't even see, right, the funding coming from the black budget because they got means and ways to cutting those links digitally, whatever, where you can't even, and actually blocking that information from. But the problem is, whether through white hats or not, their mission statement is right here online for everybody to read for yourself, and everything will start to click, especially since 2008. Because remember, 2008, the CIA was instrumental in getting Barack Obama elected into office. And this might be conjecture from my part or just an opinion on my part, but I do believe, since John Brennan at that time was Barack Obama's senior campaign advisor in 2008, he was president of the Analysis Corporation. The Analysis Corporation was responsible for the security of the U.S. State Department. Remember, Barack Obama's records were breached in 2008. They went through his records and basically purged his records. Now, we know that they did that, and we got people that worked for John Brennan, that Tori Berge. She used to be married to Patrick Berge. They have actually created documentaries about John Brennan and his background. There's so many people are so far behind the curve of the information that even I still put out to this day, and I keep repeating it over and over and over again. Well, the problem is, some of these channels like mine, they're throttled back because of this. See, they put this information in a box. They don't want it out because it can lead down the roads they don't want to lead down. And they don't want to expose themselves because they're supposed to be covert. Covert Special Operations Group for Tactical Paramilitary Operations, and Covert Political Action Group for covert political action, influencing elections. Okay, so I'll use one example. The Hunter Biden laptop. Remember when those 1551 intelligence officials signed that document that laptop information had all the hallmarks or whatever, however they I'm paraphrasing, right? of Russian disinformation. That's an example. And in their own mission statement, you can read it for yourself, right? So all these operations, we're talking about the silver cachet cases with million dollars in them, being uh being delivered and subverting officials around the world. What do you think they're doing with their Congress? Why these people are so arrogant? And so, like, when you do find out what they're doing, they're going to basically tell us what you're going to do about it, right? What you going to do about it? Okay, so let's go down. The Special Operation Group is responsible for operations that include clandestine or covert operations with which the U.S. government does not want to be overtly associated. As such, unit members called paramilitary operations officers and specialized skill officers do not typically wear uniforms. Okay, so like in an operation like J6 or an operation like when they overthrew Yanukovych in Ukraine, right? Operation possibly breaking out the Mohammed Morsi from prison. Remember the what do you call that? If I remember it, I'll go back to it. Never mind. Um, it was like the what do you call that? I can't remember that special term. They called it a special term when all that stuff was going on in Egypt. If that term comes to my mind, I will basically bring it up next time. But anyways, if they are compromised, we're talking about paramilitary operations officers. If they are compromised during a mission, the U.S. government may deny all knowledge. That includes, like in elections, the group generally recruits personnel from special mission units within the U.S. Special Operations community. Okay? Now, the political action group, this is where I want to get down to and explain what happened in 2020, hindsight. The political action group is responsible for covert activities related to political influence, psychological operations, economic warfare, and cyber warfare. Okay, economic warfare. They're operating on our soil as well as offshore as well in foreign countries. Okay. Remember, CNN posted a article which was actually a Moody study from top level economists on October 17th of 2019 titled Democrats Need to Sharpen Their Attacks on the Trump Economy. That's an example of economic warfare. They were going to attack our economy, actually target people that are on the wrong side of the aisle than what they want to be on, right? With all their DEI stuff and all that stuff around the world and trying to get money through the budget, congressional budget, to basically have Sesame Street puppets, whatever shows, and all this other stuff, and drag story time, drag queen story time, and all this stuff overseas in other countries. Those are just money laundering operations. That's all they are. Now, some of them might be legit for people helping us overseas, and that might be the money to help fund them. But, you think they would make it little less obvious instead of right in our face who these people are. You know what I mean? Tactical units within SAC can also carry out covert political action while deployed in hostile and austere environments. Okay, so political action group, again, let me go back to this and read this again, is responsible for covert activities related to political influence, psychological operations, economic warfare, and cyber warfare. Tactical units within SAC can also carry out covert political action while deployed in hostile and austere environments. Okay, so let's use one example. Machines. Let's use some examples of those covert operations. Remember, there's over 700 bases, like U.S. embassies overseas. You got military bases overseas. You have consulates overseas. You have covert operatives working in those facilities. Okay, now how many people basically went and checked out the electronic ballot? Okay, I'm just going to look at this one more time real quick. Electronic ballot. Oh, by the way, let's go back to the Analysis Corporation. Okay, how they basically hacked in. How we know that they hacked into Obama's record and purged any damning information in there that could make him ineligible to be president of the United States. They basically purged one document, but they forgot to purge the back side of that document. So they were probably in a hurry, right? Those really, it's like a smash and grab type thing. You go in there, you wipe clean with a cloth or whatever, right? The damning information they didn't want to have exposed, because that Obama was a CIA construct. He's a CIA construct. Okay, he's a cousin of George W. Bush. So if he's a cousin of George W. Bush, he's also related to George Herbert Walker Bush, the former CIA director. George Herbert Walker Bush is what I'm referring to. So they had this plan all along to select the presidents, right? So they can keep all these really bad secrets under wraps where nobody would find out. Okay, so electronic ballot. And a lot of people don't even know this. To this day, they don't know about the electronic ballot. Okay, this is from the National Conference of State Legislatures. Okay, now this is where you can go yourself and go down the list of how many people. There's still 31. There's still 31. This is from NCSL. The title where you need to go is electronic ballot return. Now they updated this as of May 9th of 2024. Okay, 31 states, Washington, D.C., and the Virgin Islands allow certain voters, typically military. Remember, I'm going to tell you how they did this. All those pristine ballots, I'm going to tell you where they came from. Now, this might be one of the reasons why they summoned all those military officers. Because I believe now that I've talked to blue in the face about this stuff. And I still haven't heard any single major influencer talk about this information in detail like I have. That's the reason why they're throttling me back. People on the inside, there's still holdovers from not the Trump administrations, but the previous administrations that can go all the way back to President Kennedy and President, Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And I mainly think it goes back to, remember, they almost killed A relative of the Bushes, by the way, the Hinckleys, and relatives of Barack Obama, I do believe. I think Obama's cousins with the Hinckleys as well. Remember, only 70 days into his presidency, they nearly murdered Ronald Reagan. And people can believe, okay, John Hinckley Jr., he was just basically just trying to show off for Jodie Foster. What, by making yourself a pinata? Like Swiss cheese, you know what I mean? Does that make sense to anybody? And they sent him to like a 4-star hotel with revolving doors. He could go home to mommy for the holidays, all that stuff. They just let him loose not too long ago, right? Probably Biden basically commuted his sentence. Let's just bygones be bygones. And it seemed that diary of John Hinckley Jr.'s was kind of convenient, wasn't it? They pretty much immediately declared him innocent on the grounds of insanity, sent him to that like 4-star hotel with revolving doors so he can get all the drugs he basically wants and all Jodie Foster lookalikes that he wants. I mean, what a gig. What a gig, right? So we're going back to the electronic ballot return. Remember? This is a official organization. Let me see what NCSL means. National, I forgot the name of it. Okay, so let me just get off of that real quick. It's something legislature. So electronic ballot, also known as online voting or internet voting, refers to any method by which a voted ballot is returned electronically, whether via email, fax, or online portal. How many? I didn't know there was people out there that could vote via email. I mean, what's the oversight on that, right? And all these officers, all these officials, and all these embassies overseas. Remember the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine? Remember how she was part of the coup to try to overthrow Trump? Remember that embassy there? Remember all the military bases we have? We got hundreds of thousands of troops overseas. We got them in the Western Kingdom countries, the Commonwealth countries too, right? Canada, Australia, UK, right? All those bases. So we're starting to tie all this stuff together. 31 states. Now think about the means of them voting. Via email, fax, or online portal. Oh, that's just for the military people, RH. Really? Oh, that's always been done, RH. It wasn't done by email or fax. I couldn't print out my ballot overseas when I voted for Ronald Reagan back in 1980. I remember the official bringing in that ballot to me. I don't think anybody else voted. I was the only one that voted. Everybody didn't care back then. I wasn't into politics, but you know, based on the failed Operation Eagle Claw, us losing those troops there, and the problems that was going on with the military and the poor pay and the morale was down and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I voted for Reagan. Better believe it. And I'm proud to say that too. And by the way, no one's perfect. 31 states, Washington, D.C., and the Virgin Islands allow certain voters, typically military or overseas voters or voters with disabilities, to return voted absentee mail ballots electronically via fax, email, or through an online portal. Now remember, or overseas voters. That includes all the U.S. embassies all around the world, the U.S. consulates all around the world. Okay? And those covert operatives working through those consulates all around the world, like in Frankfurt, okay? And places like that all around the world. Remember, we have an embassy in China. China, right? I'm pretty sure we still got embassy officials probably right there in Beijing, right? Somebody fact check me on that. I don't know if we still do or not. We did have an embassy in Russia. I don't think we've withdrawn all our people from the U.S. embassy in Russia or not. Does anybody know that? As far as I know, there's still a Russian embassy here in the United States. I don't think we kicked them out, right? I don't know. Okay, background. Electronic delivery of blank ballots. The Federal Military and Overseas Voters Empowerment Act move passed in 2009. Oh, who was president at that time in 2009? That was Barack Obama. Barack Obama. So let me go back to, let me finish the thought real quick while I'm on this right here with Barack Obama. Remember, Acorn producing fraudulent voter registrations by the thousands. CNN put that out there. So fact check me if people want to fact check me if you can. Then it went to Organizing for Action, where they basically gathered together about a 30,000 foot army, 30,000 soldiers, if you will, army, foot soldiers. Guess what you think imagine what you think they do. And then they went from organizing, that was Barack Obama and Eric Holder founded Organizing for Action. Then they went to National Democratic Redistricting Committee. Okay? National Democratic Redistricting Committee. So they can gerrymander the districts. That was who was setting up the invasion, facilitating, directing the invasion. And see, they did not want to hold Mayorkas accountable. Why? Because you put Mayorkas on the stand, guess what? He's going to fold, and basically he's going to say, I was ordered or directed by the President of the United States under a Biden third term. Who do we think was carrying who do we think was basically developed all those executive orders for Biden to sign the first day in office? He didn't even know what he was signing. He was just a puppet on all kinds of strings, doing exactly what they told him to do. We all know this by now. Everybody knows this. Okay. Electronic return again of voted absentee ballots. The MOVE Act does not require states to accept voted ballots electronically. Returning ballots by mail continues to be the most common method of return, and in 19 states, it is the only permitted method of ballot return. Okay? Returning ballots by mail. What's the process? Where's the chain of custody receipts? So way back in 1980, when the military person came in that was responsible for delivering that ballot to RH, he basically had a seal. He broke that seal and got my ballot. My ballot was the only one in that bag he had. He gave it to me. He told me how to fill it out, right? And after I filled it, he didn't tell me what to fill out, who to select, right? I voted on my own. He didn't look at it. He said, when you're done, come back to me, right? And I'll tell you how to basically send it or to fill out the envelope. So I went back to him, and there was a seal on the envelope. I had to sign my name on that seal. And then he put it back into the bag and he resealed it with another thing, right? And I had to sign for it. I signed for it. And he left. So where it went from there, I don't know. So if you got bad apples in every organization, to include the military, I'm not talking about the honest constitutional supporting and active officers and enlisted on duty right now. Remember, there's non-commissioned officers. Those are officers too. They're just not commissioned by the Congress. Okay? That's the difference. Non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers. Okay, so now this kind of they've changed some information here, looks like, but I'll go down electronic delivery blank ballots. Okay, let me go back and read this whole. This delivery, electronic delivery of blank ballots. This delivery can be via an email, fax, or an online delivery system. Details on which electronic delivery format states makes available to voters can be found in the Federal Voting Assistance Program guide. Okay, there's a link for that. So you can actually vote electronic. You can get actually a blank ballot. Somebody can get them. Somebody can print them out. Somebody can fill them in, and somebody can put them in those mail flats and send through the APOAE address, and can go to drivers like contractors for the U.S. Postal Service like Jesse Morgan. That's why they shut him down really quick. Remember? So, anyways, returning ballots electronically. 31 states, Washington, D.C., and the Virgin Islands allow UOCAVA voters to return a voted absentee mail ballot by fax. Think about what could go wrong there. So we don't see when they get the blank ballot electronically through email, right? We don't see them filling it out. We don't see them signing their names to be snail mail back or mail back by email. Oh, what could go wrong there, RH? Let's RH. What could go wrong there, buddy? Well, I don't really. I can't imagine anything. Anything could go wrong with Sergeant. I just can't imagine anything going wrong, Sergeant, with voting by email, Sergeant. Well, golly, what you're saying that people are cheating in our elections? Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, me oh my. That's the way I believe a lot of these people are. They're just been such a bubble with perfection of these great people, these great honest people. They can't even imagine this stuff. They've already done it. They're laughing at us. What you gonna do about it? Wish I could talk like Mr. T. What you gonna do about it? I can't mimic well, golly, Sergeant Carter. You mean people are cheating? I just can't believe that, Sergeant Carter. I just can't believe it. So they keep on focusing, okay, people in uniform, right? Military people, right? They vote that way. You can return a voted absentee mail ballot by fax, return a voted absentee mail ballot by email, return a voted absentee mail ballot through an online portal. Note, Utah does so in only 2 counties only. Oh, that makes us feel a lot better, doesn't it? These are the late ballots. That's why they extended the voting time, right? Where they can count the ballots like weeks after the election. It's so easy. You don't have observers, you kick the observers out from being able to watch. I'm going to get back to that. Okay, so Alabama, the extent of this. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes. Hundreds of thousands. I don't know how many. Remember, there's Americans living overseas working for corporations that still vote. They're from their primary residence is in the United States, but they're working abroad, right? They're permanent what do you call it? Permanent residents. So how many people in these forms? Some of these states aren't all forms. Email, vote by email, fax, over phone or internet. What could go wrong but you sending your fax of your ballot that you print out by yourself online? What could go wrong over the internet? You know, they hacked in. Remember, they said, oh, they weren't connected by the email. They're not connected to the internet. They can't. Oh, my. Sergeant Carter, you can't vote. You can't vote. You can't vote via the internet, Sergeant Carter. Go, my God, my gosh, my gosh, my God, golly geez, Sergeant Carter. Nothing can go wrong on the internet. We got virus protection procedures, Sergeant Carter. So remember, this is highly compartmentalized. And in my opinion, some of these people were summoned because they found something out. I mean, it seems like so many people, they have their hands in that cookie jar, right? That if they were to hold all of them accountable, we wouldn't have an operating government anymore. That's how bad it is. That's how used to getting away, in my opinion. This is RH's opinion. Leave Sergeant Carter and Gomer Pyle out of this. This is RH's opinion. Alaska, Alabama, Arizona, swing state, right? California, what could go wrong there? They could send their vote by fax, over phone, or the internet. You know, print out their ballot online, right? Arizona, you can vote by email, fax, or online portal. Please go to this website and look at this yourself. California, Colorado, remember the problems in Colorado, Delaware, Florida, can vote absentee ballot by over phone or internet. Hawaii, email, fax, solid blue, right? Solid blue. Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey, Nevada, another swing state, right? North Carolina, another swing state. North Carolina, you can vote by email, fax, over phone, or internet, online portal. North Dakota, Oklahoma, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Carolina, email, fax, over phone, or internet, online portal. Texas, fax, over phone, or internet. Utah, Virginia, Virgin Islands, Washington, and West Virginia. Okay, let's get back to this. Now remember, Acorn, then it progressed to Organizing for Action. Those are the troops on the ground. Now, remember, I keep talking about it. I just heard somebody talk about it the first time. That would be Glenn Beck. Talked about how Antifa is tied with Intifada. How many times have RH been talking about that? For years now, they use the same topics. Intifada, Intifada is responsible for foreign operations. They're a communist organization. Their job is to overthrow Israel, the government of Israel. Antifa can be both foreign and domestic if they're mobilized foreignly, right? Their same tactics. Go in and just do a Google search or YouTube. Intifada, attacking police officers, throwing bricks, the same operations, same tactics, the same people, funded by the same people to try to overthrow the United States of America. Okay? Okay, let's see here. Hold on real quick. Okay, so remember, Acorn, Organizing for Action, and National Democratic Redistricting Committee. Do we think that only came out of the UN? Wrong. So let's go back to Special Activities Center again. Now, this is where everything's going to fall in place. It's going to make perfect sense. We're always wondering, how come we can't find out who's monetizing these people? Well, a lot of that money is foreign money. You know, you can convert electronically certain foreign currencies into the Federal Reserve private bank currency, right? So the ground branch of the Special Operations Group has been known to operate alongside the United Kingdom's E Squadron, the UK's equivalent paramilitary unit. The Political Action Group is responsible for covert activities related to political influence, psychological operations, economic warfare, and cyber warfare. Covert political and influence operations are used to support U.S. foreign and domestic policy as overt support for one element of an insurgency. Listen to this now. What has RH been screaming from the rooftops about as far as that invasion? The invasion was only part of it. What coincided with the invasion, which is against Article 4, Section 4 of our Constitution, where it states the United States shall guarantee to each state in the Union a republican form of government and ensure against an invasion and against domestic violence, right? This goes against it. Because mingled in with the invasion to help cover up the foreign military and terrorist insurgency that they brought in, facilitated and directed into our country. A lot of those terrorists and those covert operatives were flown into military bases and basically dispersed into all these districts. Okay? Now, they might be operating covertly with a work visa or whatever, working covertly in black ops operations to basically influence our elections. Covert political and influence operations are used to support U.S. foreign policy as overt support for one element of an insurgency can be counterproductive due to the unfavorable impression of the United States in some countries. In such cases, covert assistance allows the U.S. to assist without damaging the reputation of its beneficiaries, like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama, right? The Political Action Group within the Special Activity Center conducts the deniable psychological operations. Deniable, right? Denied. They're not going to go out there and tell you what everything they did. They're not going to tell you about the Steele dossier, how that's part of their psychological warfare operations, right? And the Mockingbird media scripts that we still hear people are reading in unison. The deniable psychological operations, also known as black propaganda, as well as covert influence to induce political change in other countries as part of the United States foreign policy. By the way, the CIA, the intel community, gets about, last I checked, was about $50 billion a year. That's what we know about. That you go back and go in and do a Google search of the GDP of every country in the world. That's more than the most countries are in the entire world. Higher than the GDP of the majority of countries in the entire world. They can basically go in and buy countries, subvert officials to do exactly what they want. Covert intervention in foreign elections and domestic elections is the most significant form of SAC's political action. We can prove it, not only by the Hunter Biden laptop and those 51 intel officials, other ways too, by listening to them read the Mockingbird media scripts. This involves financial support for favored candidates, monetizing their own, selecting their own candidates, and monetizing their campaigns. Well, RH, I thought it was just that guy, Golf Sierra, that they keep talking about. They're funding, selecting these officials, but basically lead our country with our own tax dollars, taking away our voice and our vote. They're still doing it because they haven't been held accountable yet. They're still running the psychological warfare operation. You think these people are nice people? They go, "Oh yes, we want to give you your channel back. We want to give you your channel back." By the way, they just intercepted over 30 million phone communications. Think about that. 30 million. That's just exposed. That's just the tip of the iceberg, by the way. They're pumped up for the midterms. So they think they're going to take over the Senate and they're going to take over the House. And when they do that, guess what? Goodbye. Goodbye, President Trump. Nice to knowing you. And the lawfare will start back up again, attacking his kids and all the same old stuff, because none of these people have been held accountable. If they were really held accountable, if there was a genuine effort to hold these people accountable, about half of the Congress wouldn't even be there anymore. What do you think they're doing right now? What do we think they're doing right now? And only two listeners, right? What are they doing right now? They're criminally obstructing our government from reopening. They are basically extorting the United States to basically allow them to steal billions of dollars from the American taxpayer, and then they'll allow us to open back up our government. The people's government. It's not their government. It's not their money. It's our money. They work for us. They don't work for themselves. Every single one of those people that are criminally obstructing our government from operating, they're obstructing the United States of criminally obstructing the United States of America. That's exactly what they're doing. They're criminally obstructing the executive branch of government. They're criminally obstructing the judicial branch of government with their hacks. They're subverted officials. Okay, let's go. Let's continue to read. Remember, we just talked about black propaganda as well as covert influence to induce political change in other countries, and as well as our own as part of the United States foreign and domestic policy. Covert intervention in foreign and domestic elections is the most significant form of SAC's political action. And remember that they have more groups and more flights working for the groups, right? They're far more compartmentalized than they ever were. There's so many layers of that onion, you can't pull them. You can't peel back that onion because there's so much classification put on each of these groups and these flights. A flight is about 50 people, if I remember correctly. A group is, you got flight, I think it's group, and then you have wing, I believe it is, wing. Okay? Not necessarily in that order. Now, I was in charge of a squadron as a unit mobility manager, right? So a squadron's about 300 people, a little over 300 people. It can vary depending on what the mission is or whatever requirements are for a mission. So let's go in, and this is connecting everything. And I'm not saying all this stuff is coming out of just the intel community from these bad apples. We're not talking about the people out there in any agency of the government or in uniform that are doing their job every day. They are honest. They're not whatever. They're risking their lives every day, right? I shouldn't even have to say that anymore. Like I said, it's a common sense statement. There's bad apples everywhere. the highest levels of our government. There's that bad apples in the executive branch of government. There still are. I believe they're still spying on us, still listening to every word, and possibly on some of us, they're getting a little bit more direct with what do you call that? The Havana syndrome type thing. Havana syndrome. Go read it. You know, you can see it when people get interrupted, they get discombobulated in what they're talking about. They'll forget what they're saying. That's an example of the Havana syndrome. You get this loud ringing in the ear. I have it here still. I'm going to have to move out of my own damn home. Destroy my damn cell phone. Call, come on, RH. It ain't that bad. You're just imagining things, right? No, I'm not. These people are evil as hell. They're still in these high-level positions. You got, for example, Norm Eisen. He was just out there in March bragging about how he's going to eject President Trump from office. And they're pretty sure about it, right? He already put together a lawsuit against Trump. And the Trump administration, he delivered that complaint on and I got people threatening me on my phone. And you know who these stupid trolls are. There's a complaint made about you. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter. God, good golly. Good golly, Sergeant Carter. Really? It's just that bad still. You think these people are going to give up? We're talking about trillions of dollars. You know how they formed the EU? I'm not saying everybody. I serve with some great people. The salt of the earth, military men, British officers, Royal Air Force, however you want to call them, whatever. Salt of the earth. Those people aren't the ones doing this type of stuff. Those have to be hand selected. They'll do anything they tell them to do. And use your imagination what I'm talking about. Yeah, when I go to other places, that ringing stops after I leave this home. It affects your sleep. It basically negatively affects your communication. You start slurring your words. You start saying the wrong things. You forget where you're at. You have to go back and ask for people's help, like that Middle East thing that was going on during the election period of Mohammed Morsi. Okay, so read their own mission statement. Don't believe a word RH says, and put together everything that you know has happened. A lot of this stuff has happened to a lot of people out there that listen to this channel. They've lost their social media platforms just for sharing a live stream like this. So the political action group within SAC conducts deniable psychological operations, also known as black propaganda, as well as covert influence to induce political change in other countries as well as the United States as part of the United States foreign and domestic policies. Covert intervention in foreign and domestic elections is the most significant form of SAC's political action. This involves financial support for favored candidates, media guidance, technical support for public relations, get out the vote or political organizing efforts, legal expertise, advertising campaigns, assistance with poll watching, like putting up cardboard so blocking people to see through the windows. That's an example of assisting with poll watching. Legal expertise, providing lawyers, setting up fundraisers to bail these people out of prison, right? During, remember the Summer of Love? Advertising campaigns, political organizers. Remember community organizer? Barack Obama in Chicago? Assistance with poll watching and other means of direct action. Direct action? What's his name was just talking about that. The guy I was talking about, Glenn Beck. He's just talking about direct action. What do you, with Peter Schweitzer? Okay. What do you think direct action is? Those are coups. Those are hard coups. The bad ones. Policy decisions are influenced by agents such as subverted officials to change their objection status. Remember on J6, remember? Such as subverted officials of the country to make decisions in their official capacity that are in the furtherance of the U.S. policy aims? No. The Biden policy aims for 3 terms to make it in the image and likeness of Barack Obama. In addition, mechanisms for forming and developing opinions involve the covert use of propaganda. Propaganda includes leaflets, newspapers, magazines, books, radio, and television, all of which are geared to convey the U.S. their message appropriate to the region they're working in. These techniques have expanded to cover the internet as well. What a surprise. They're going to employ officers to work as journalists. Their techniques expand to the internet to include preemption. Well, what happened to my channel? I see it being done right now to a lot of people. You do the same type of live streams all the time, right? So they got you coming at every different direction. If they can't take you down, depending on the platform you have, or it's harder to take you down because it can be basically traced, they'll go with the Havana syndrome or direct energy. They'll shut down the message one way or the other. They'll basically discredit, defame you, just like the wrap-up smears, right? They'll defame you, they'll libel, slander you. They don't care. Remember, even as you're typing, they have the ability through remote viewing. I'm not talking about the kind of like the spiritual like type remote viewing where you leave your body. I'm talking about where they're remotely viewing and have access to your keyboard. They have access to what you're actually writing. They can actually, in like a 2 words after you wrote something, they can go in and change the word to make it what they want. Yeah, they've had that technology for a long time. It's ghosting your keyboard. They have actually can take over your keyboard remotely and change what you write. And then cover up the tracks. They can send emails in your name that you didn't even send, that you would never send. They accuse you of doing stuff you never, ever in your life would ever do. See, they have to set you up if you're clean as a whistle, right? Not a smidgen of corruption in RH's life, right? So they got to go in, right, with all these different tactics to take you down. Some of it gets so bad it makes you nauseous. Nauseous. Go read the symptoms of the Havana syndrome. That's just one example of many. They may employ officers to work as journalists, recruit agents of influence, operate media platforms, plant certain stories or information in places that hope will come to public attention, or seek to deny and or discredit information that is public knowledge, like the Hunter Biden laptop. By the way, there were 3 Hunter Biden laptops, not just one. Ask Rudy Giuliani. He's seen all 3 of them, from my understanding. And I think Judge Joe Brown has also seen all 3 of those laptops from Hunter Biden. And I think certain judges has also seen the Anthony Weiner laptop. Remember Huma Abedin that just married into the Soros clan? Remember that? I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything. These are just allegations, right? Possibilities, possibly, and everybody's presumed to be guilty. Presumed to be guilty if your name is Trump, right? If your last name is Trump. Maybe even H, as in, the last name of RH. You presume to be guilty until proven innocent in a court of law. Well, you don't have to worry about being proven innocent in a court of law because they won't allow discovery. They won't allow exculpatory information to exonerate yourself. You don't have no due process of law rights. Just look at Trump and what they did to Trump, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., pretty much everybody in Trump's hemisphere, whatever. Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, all those J6ers that were just taking a tour in the Capitol building after the motion to come in by law enforcement officials. They didn't have no discovery. They didn't allow discovery in those courtrooms. You're guilty because you're one of those MAGA people. I don't have any trust in any of the judicial branch of government anymore. Ever since 18 states in our union put forward the lawsuit to sue the swing states because they weren't even following their own e-laws, election laws. Were they? What did the Supreme Court say? Those 18 states have millions and millions of men and women old enough to vote. What did they tell those millions and millions of men and women in those 18 states? You're mute. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter. Well, golly, Sergeant. My, Sergeant Carter. They don't even have any say-so in their own elections, Sergeant Carter. I just can't believe that. I just cannot believe that. Mute. No standing. No standing in their own elections. Wait a minute. So all these states out there can just do whatever the hell they want to do. Make it all up as they go along. Breaking their own state election laws and federal election laws and just do whatever the hell they want to do. And the judicial branch comes in and says, you have no standing in your own elections. So that give confidence in our... That's worse than what Russia could ever do to us, or China, or Iran. What they've done is more worse than China or Russia's ever done. Oh, by the way, remember when Barack Obama came out there in the Rose Garden and basically made a statement about Trump, told Trump to stop whining? Well, Donald Trump, you need to stop your whining because, our elections cannot be hacked. Our elections are not centralized. What a freaking liar! And people are still worshiping that guy like he's God right now, as I speak. Hey, I'm not calling for anything illegal whatsoever. I'm a law and order guy. We know this guy has done all this stuff, and the only reason that's protecting him from accountability, lawful accountability is what RH is talking about, is because of his skin tan. Think about that. One guy nearly destroyed our entire country. Just one guy. And nobody was brave enough to stop him. He basically destroyed our free press in 2014. The same time he brokered a deal, we brokered a deal to remove Yanukovych from power that started the uncivil war between Russia and Ukraine to begin with. That's why he authored the Smith-Mundt Act so he can run state-ran propaganda through the intelligence community, through especially the Five Eyes. Hey, people, it's all out there. These people in these positions in the intel community, don't blame me. Blame those people that have loose lips in your own hemisphere around the globe, not just in your own hemisphere, around the globe. You just can't help yourself. That's how narcissistic people operate. Well, we're the intelligentsia. We're a lot smarter than everybody else out there, right? Everybody else. We'll just compartmentalize everything. Ain't that right, Corny? And if these people are the Republicans, so a lot of them are by name only, right? If they're really competent, they would be getting the right people. They would subpoena the right people. We're gonna show you right now exactly in detail how this played out. They keep talking about the intelligence community assessment report, right? I see intelligence community. I see a intelligence community assessment report. That's why they use those abbreviations so you don't know what the hell they're talking about, right? You have to go back in there and look at word association, figure out who the hell's talking. Remember that meeting December 9th? Remember I was talking about Event 201, major participant? She was there. Avril Haines. Remember Event 201, global pandemic exercise based on the new bioweapon? She sat right next to the CCP, Communist Chinese Party, CDC director, Center Disease Control Director of China, who helped oversee the bioweapons labs in Wuhan. Now, if any of this information is wrong, okay, if there wasn't any hanky-panky going on, oh, golly, Sergeant Carter, I just can't believe, man. I just can't believe they'd do anything like that. Well, pal, let me explain it to you. When you're talking about trillions of dollars and those unfair trade deficits that China had with the United States because of stupid people in our government, That can buy off a lot of people. You think about those unfair trade deals coming out of Mexico, the unfair trade deals coming out of the European Union. Powell, that's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, trillions and trillions of dollars. What can you do with all that money, Sergeant Carter? Can I buy that brand new Raleigh bicycle that I always wanted, Sergeant Carter? Well, pal, you could buy that brand new Raleigh 10-speed bicycle. You can buy every bicycle in the entire world and still have money left over, pal. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, I can only ride one bicycle at a time. So what can you do with all the rest of that money? Well, Gomer, you. Okay, they almost got me. I caught it just in time. Let me see how many people we got here. Probably none. Zero. Ken, Zoe, thank you for being here. And Tracy, thank you for being here if you're still here. I hope y'all like my accents, my Sergeant Carter. I don't have Sergeant Carter down. I have to go back and watch another Gomer Powell movie or whatever. Series. Gomer Powell. Golly. This stuff has happened. And unfortunately, most of us are working. I can't say now because I'm retired from active duty, but I'm still active. I still do a lot. You got kind of like use your imagination and how many hours I put into researching all this information. This is just the very tippity tip of the iceberg. It's all here. And I do believe white hats actually go in here and give us some breadcrumbs. And I'll point out some of what I believe are breadcrumbs. So the political action group within the CIA, they're operating covertly to influence elections overseas and in our country. It's obvious. Remember, I hate using that the Hunter Biden laptop and those 51 signers of the intelligence community to basically keep going back to that over and over again. There's other examples as well, but I don't remember a lot of them. So I just have to think about it a lot longer without this ringing in my ear now. So, okay. So anyways, remember, this is operations coming right out of the central intelligence community. And remember, they outsource what they can't do on our soil, what they can't get away with it on our soil. They're gonna see. They'll just have the contractors do it. Go to the political action group and read why John Brennan was selected as a trustee to work for Obama campaign. Well, when you go back to 2008 and you see that it was the Analysis Corporation that was responsible for the breach of the U.S. State Department, that's a fact. And they try to water it down, right? That's what they do during their psychological warfare operation. They'll water it down. Oh, they hacked into Hillary Clinton's records too. They hacked into John McCain's records too. Well, how many people knew who Hillary Clinton was when she ran for president? How many people knew who John McCain was before he ran for? I'm pretty sure they were all well known. Nobody needed to hack into their uh, U.S. State Department records to purge their information. And how did they get caught purging Obama's records? They purged the front side of a document, but they left the back page with the information of Sobarka. Sobarka. And we traced it, a lot of people traced it back to Barack Obama's mother. Hell, we don't even know if Barry's last name is Sobarka or Frank Marshall Davis Jr., whatever, or Obama, or whatever the hell his name is. We really don't know. Remember, I think he had a foreign student ID card, right? His records are still being blocked to this day. Now they went through and they purged everything. They purged the archives, they purged everything when it comes to Obama. There's still officials out there that have seen the information, though, but they're not going to go public because they might just, like a lieutenant, I think that was his name. Y'all probably remember who I'm talking about. I can't remember his last name. I think Lieutenant was his first name. Okay. So let's go back to their operations, their mission statement. We're talking about the political action group within the CIA, very highly compartmental groups within the CIA and flights. And they're so compartmentalized, people in the same operation don't know what the other guy does, right? Like the Osama bin Laden operation. That was so compartmentalized, you know, they don't know who they got. Oh, we did a DNA test and then we just basically we threw that body overboard of the USS Carl Vinson, I believe it was, right? We gave him an appropriate funeral, right? Or burial in the sea, right? Just pushed the casket with Osama bin Laden's remains all overboard, right? And nobody, even the, what do you call it? The Master Chief. The Master Chief on the USS Carl Vinson didn't even know about it. And he said on Fox News, I can't get into the politics stuff, you know. So he was basically, he was told what he could or could not talk about. And he didn't talk about it. That's what I like about the guy. So I'm going to tell you one thing. On the USS Carl Vinson, a mouse cannot even poop on that ship without the Master Chief knowing about it. So he basically made a comment on, I think he was dressed in his whites, whatever. He was dressed really sharp. I remember him talking about it and saying, basically, we're waiting, man. What, really? They buried that body? Oh, that was only a handful of people knew about that operation where we just threw that casket off the shore, off the side of the USS Carl Vinson. You know, what was it? Filled with concrete? You know, most caskets I know about, they're like wood, right? Well, was he revived in that casket and basically he ended up in Iran or someplace like that, or China? Who knows? Let's see here. Okay, so their operations, right? Their mission statement. propaganda that they put out there includes leaflets, newspapers. Now relate to this. Magazines, books, putting together books like Pence, right? Got like $1 million book advance. What about the Walrus? John Bolton. He got what, a $2 million book advance before the guy even wrote a book, right? They're already here. We're going to just give you $1 million advance. Mike Pence, you're such a great guy. Anybody that wants to basically put himself above the Constitution should not be in the White House, should not be elected. It started working for Kamala Harris. Nothing to see there, folks. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter. Mike Pence, he's a great guy. I just can't believe that Mike Pence would do anything wrong. I don't know. I don't think, maybe he hasn't done anything. Well, Gomer, we don't know if Mike Pence has done anything wrong because, he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, Gomer. Well, then that means he's innocent, Sergeant Carter. And that's what we're going to call Mike Pence. He's a saint, and he ain't done no wrongdoing his entire life, Sergeant Carter. And I just don't believe it. And golly, I would just have to cry if I found out Mike Pence done something inappropriate. Well, Gomer, I might have to buy you a box of Kleenexes. These techniques have expanded to cover the internet as well. They may employ officers to work as journalists, like Anderson Cooper, right? Recruit agents of influence, operate media platforms, operate them. Take over the entire media platforms. Plant certain stories or information in places that hope will come to public attention, like all those wrap-up smears. The Access Hollywood open mic. I mean, it was not only an open mic, it was a freaking open video from the nephew of the former CIA director, George Herbert Walker Bush, of all people. Remember, they were ready. They were ready for Donald Trump because Donald Trump was talking about running in the 90s or 80s. Remember Oprah Winfrey? He talked about it on, David Letterman, I think, too, as well. A lot of people were asking him to run. Include a lot of high-up military officials. Aim high, right? They changed that. Man, I like that. Aim high. They're going to plant information like wrap-up smears in the media, or seek to deny. And I'm gonna basically expose one of those stories from. Let's see. I remember that AP, Associated Press. They planted a story to the media that that Russia actually attacked Poland and killed 2 Polish citizens in a missile strike. Oh, that was debunked right away. Remember, their press secretary answered and said, well, we cannot confirm those media reports. And almost nearly right after that, they proved it wasn't Russian missiles that actually killed those 2 Polish citizens. It was missiles from Ukraine. And where did they get that source? The AP got it from 2 high-level intelligence officials, or from a high-level intelligence official, right? That's an example. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, I just can't believe they would lie, a pants on fire like that, Sergeant Carter. I just wouldn't believe they could lie like that and start a war, Sergeant Carter. So plant certain stories or information in places it is hoped will come to public attention, or seek to deny and or discredit information as public knowledge, like the Hunter Biden laptop. In all such cases, propaganda efforts, black operations to note those which the audience to be kept ignorant of the source. White efforts are those in which the originator openly acknowledges themselves, and gray operations are those in which the source is partially but not fully acknowledged. Okay. Now, we're going to go through this article a little bit and get to the part where it wasn't so much the surveillance, the illegal surveillance on Trump and anything associated with Trump, anyone communicating with Trump, anyone calling in through the White House switch. They already had stingray operations collecting those conversations. And what gave the president of the United States, the Biden administration, the basically the legal authority to conduct surveillance on Americans or anybody they wanted connected to President Trump? They had to have a special, let's see what they call it. They have to have a special finding, a special presidential finding. Okay. The CIA is authorized. This is under covert actions, including influencing our elections and foreign elections abroad. The CIA is authorized to collect intelligence, conduct counterintelligence, and conduct covert action by the National Security Act of 1947. President Ronald Reagan issued Executive Order 12333 titled United States Intelligence Activities. In 1984, this order defined covert action as special activities, both political and military, that the U.S. government would deny, and granted the exclusive authority to conduct such operations to the CIA. The CIA was also designated as the sole authority under the 1991 Intelligence Authorization Act and mirrored in Title 50 of the United States Code, Section 413E. The CIA must have a presidential finding in order to conduct these activities under the Hughes-Ryan Amendment to the 1991 Intelligence Authorization Act. These findings are monitored by the Oversight Committee in both the U.S. Senate. Really? In both the U.S. Senate, called the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the U.S. House of Representatives, called the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. How do you think those people are selected, by the way? Because they have the allegiance to the old guard. They're not gonna buck the system. They're gonna maintain the status quo. Okay, the presidential finding is what the fraudulent presidential finding and the information that the intelligence community, both foreign and domestic, provided to Barack Obama gave him the justification with like these false accusations of Trump colluding with Russia. We're going to get in a little bit more detail. We can get in a lot more detail. I've already talked about it on this channel multiple times. So remember, they went through and they basically created these fraudulent FISA court applications. That was only for the justification of the presidential finding for the CIA, Obama to order his CIA directors, John Brennan was one of them, right, to basically go along with spying on all of Trump's campaign. Remember, Donald Trump, in my opinion, now everyone that has security clearance in the military, they go through a special background investigation. President Trump already had the most thorough special background investigation on him than any man or woman in U.S. history. Who conducts the special background investigation? Before President Trump even was given the first intel briefing, remember, they gave President Trump a different intel briefing than they did Hillary Clinton. Why? Because at that time, based on the information that that General Flynn imparted on President Trump, and they put General Flynn in a box. That's the reason why they fraudulently basically indicted him or whatever, right? They put him in a box so he couldn't talk at all to Trump, because Flynn knew all the BS that they were doing. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, you mean General Flynn was caught up in that, and they did that to General Flynn? Well, I really like General Flynn, Sergeant Carter. Well, Gomer, in a perfect world, we wouldn't be seeing all this, Gomer. Well, I just can't believe some of this stuff happened, Sergeant Carter. I just can't believe it's at the level of military tribunal, Sergeant Carter. Well, Gomer, when military's colluding with bad actors in our government, and they're colluding with them, and they set up the president of the United States, and they try to overthrow the United States of America, that basically, that is treason. And certain types of treason, when it's part military, you have to have military tribunals. For the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you, Gomer. So the presidential finding was what President Obama had to basically spy on Trump's campaign, do that the most thorough background investigation of President Trump than any man or woman in U.S. history. And then they created the dossier covertly. That was an international dossier with the global intelligence, international intelligence community. We reference to sometimes as the Five Eyes. Five Eyes. And it wasn't just the Five Eyes, too, as well as other countries, subverted officials in other countries. Remember how much money we were talking about, and we're still talking about to this day. So they were already spying. So how did they, remember the Alpha Bank, that advertisement on the Trump servers? Eric Trump can tell you all about that BS, right? They planted that. What was it, 10 computer scientists, right? Oh, 10 computer scientists from where? Oh, that's hot. Well, where did those, well, golly, Sergeant Carter, where did those 10 computer scientists come from that got that information that Donald Trump was basically colluding with Russia, Alpha Bank, tied to Vladimir Putin, Sergeant Carter, golly, just can't believe a president of the United States will be colluding. One of our people running for president could collude with Russia to steal the elections. Sergeant Carter, I heard that on CNN. I heard that on MSNBC. Sergeant Carter. Well, Gomer, just because you heard it in the mainstream media doesn't mean it's true. Remember, everyone's presumed to be innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, Gomer. Even Mike Pence. Even Barack Obama. All the way up to the trail, to the tippity top of the trail, Gomer, up to the President of the United States. The 1991 Intelligence Authorization Act and mirrored in Title 50 of the United States Code, Section 413E. The CIA must have a presidential finding in order to conduct these activities under Hughes Ryan Amendment to the 1991 Intelligence Authorization Act. These findings are monitored by the oversight committees in both the U.S. Senate, called the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the U.S. House of Representatives, called the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Okay, so anyways, all right, so we don't need to go much further. They're deeply embedded everywhere. Remember, their black budget, what we know, is around $50 billion a year. Could be a lot more now due to inflation, right? They could buy off countries. They could buy off the entire Congress. Think about it. There's only 450 congressional representatives, under 500. Give $1 million to every one of them. $1 million. Say there's 500 in Congress, or 450, whatever. That's $450 million. Then they got a whole lot more jack left over. Right? And they'll get that money back, believe me. Where'd all our gold go? You can't even audit our own gold. That's a top secret. That's above top secret. Even the president, I guess, can't know that, right? But Sergeant Carter, I thought they were basically, we got our gold back from the United Kingdom, the foreign Federal Reserve banks, and we got our gold back from the Vatican, Rome. We got our gold back from London, and we got our gold back from, I don't know where else, Sergeant Carter. Where else do we get our gold back from? Well, Gomer, don't believe everything you heard. Oh, that's right, Sergeant Carter. I forgot. God, Gazam, Sergeant Carter. You're right about that, too. We can't believe everything we hear. I'm starting to understand that a little bit better now, Sergeant Carter. Okay, let's go to the summons again. Now, let's be direct as possible. Remember Jesse Morgan. Remember the former Attorney General Bill Barr. Remember Tony Shaffer, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer. Remember what they told Jesse Morgan? He could not even get legal representation. According to Colonel Shaffer, who worked for President Trump, Jesse Morgan had to report to the FBI station chief, I believe in D.C. without legal representation. Man, they silenced Jesse Morgan. What did he do? He picked up those gaylords in New York, right? And is delivering them interstate. Remember all those ballots? Pristine ballots? Remember what I talked about? The electronic ballot return? Remember? Those pristine ballots? Not even folded in mail flats? That's not the way you're supposed to deliver them, by the way. They're supposed to be locked into a safe type thing with a seal on it. Okay, just because you had gaylords, that means Jesse Morgan could not even have seen those trays if they were shipped properly. So he went to go deliver them to, I think it was Pennsylvania and another state, right? I can't remember both states. And he reported with that delivery, they wouldn't even sign his ticket. The supervisor said, we can't take that now. What the hell? So what does that mean to, well, Sergeant Carter, what does that mean? Golly, what do you mean the supervisor of the post office that he was delivering those ballots to? What do you mean he couldn't make his delivery? He's working for the government as a government contractor to deliver those ballots, right? Which he should not even been able to see. They refused to take it. They wouldn't even sign his ticket so he could be paid. So he went and dropped off that semi-trailer with all those ballots in it, right? And locked up the trailer at I think a post office facility. And when he came back the next day to get it, it was gone. Wow. Wow. You notice that nobody's what? I don't think he's subpoenaed, is he? You know, U.S. APO addresses, like APO New York, 09130, whatever it is, those ballots come in there. Now, not all of those. There's different APOs. I don't know all of them, right? They deliver those ballots in there. They came in pristine. They wasn't even folded up. As far as my understanding, they weren't even in their envelopes. So there's no, what do you call that? Chain of custody receipts, because that whole shipment, and there was enough ballots in there, I believe, in those gaylords to basically give those what was it, Arizona, Nevada, what was those? They only stole, like, they only got enough ballots to get like 10,000 ballot lead, whatever, right? So that just those a couple of gaylords could have had enough ballots to basically swing the entire election. And you have no chain of custody receipts for that shipment of ballots. And Bill Barr basically ordered Jesse Morgan to report to Washington, D.C. at that FBI, I think, station chief headquarters, or that FBI facility, from my understanding, without legal representation. And they gave him the Riot Act. He probably signed something that he can't look into the Gaylords or something like that, or he signed some type of waiver, non-disclosure agreement, and they basically hammered him, and they silenced that guy right away. Because I never heard anything more about it. There's an entire organization just investigating just that, those activities, just that activity alone. Forgot the name of the organization. They were probably attacked and shut down as well. So, anyways, let's go back to. I'm going to turn this off. Let's go back to that document again. Remember, electronic ballot return, that comes from the National Conference of State Legislatures. You can look it up for yourself. Okay? So remember, it wasn't just Jesse Morgan that noticed this stuff. There's a lot more people that noticed this stuff as well. Remember, all these facilities overseas, they could actually print out ballots from online and email it back to wherever. And I guess they could create their own envelopes. Remember, you had the ballot mules. What was it? 2,000 mules or something like that. Remember that? Remember that? Okay. Well, golly, Sergeant Carter, this is getting to be dangerous territory. Sergeant Carter, I'm getting scared here. Well, don't worry, Gomer. Your sergeant's here to protect you. Well, thank you, Sergeant Carter. Thank you, Sergeant Carter. There's a lot of people that are under the impression that these same people are going to protect them. I just basically refer people to prayer. Pray to God for your protection. That's how bad it's gotten to be. You see it unfold right now. You think that the No Kings protest is the only trick left in their bags when trillions of dollars are at stake for them again? We're not talking about just the United States of America. It's obvious. Do you think all these world leaders basically being summoned or whatever are invited to the White House? Let's just use the proper term, tactful term. Invited to the White House. Do you think they like signing trade deals that are equal and not being able to rip off the American taxpayer dupes again for like they've been doing for over 100 years? Do you really think China's like to have free and fair trade deals with the United States of America? They're all China, believe me. Yeah, they'll help out Russia and Iran a little bit whenever they can, whatever. But they're all China. I want y'all to look at when they have their military parades. I want you to go out there and look at all that diversity in those ranks. Well, Sergeant Carter, I just cannot believe it. You're telling me they don't have diversity in China with all those people? What, they have, Sergeant Carter, 2 billion people living in China? Well, Gomer, I think they have about 3 billion people now. I don't really know. We kind of lost count. They don't have no diversity, Gomer. I'm going to take you in. We're going to show you one of their military parades on when you get off that painting those rocks over there I told you to paint. You're doing a great job, Gomer. Keep up the good work. I'll be right back. Okay, Sergeant Carter. Carry on, Gomer. Yes, sir. You know, pallets of cash while they're chanting death to America, aiding and abetting the enemies of the United States. This this information's already been proven. What you gonna do about it, RH? Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. You're gonna ensure that, ain't you? For those out there listening in, the brown shirts, you're gonna ensure when you report to your little tyrant dictators out there, the real communists, the real fascists out there that censor us every day. What are we going to do about it? There ain't nothing we can do about but pray. They can take out anybody they want to at any time they feel like it. And they know it too. That's why they're so bold. Now, I keep asking this question, and I don't seem to get answers anywhere. Maybe there's nobody else out there that is brave enough to ask the question. Remember when President Trump's oxygen levels was at a critical state? They had to medevac him to Walter Reed Hospital. Why did they give him remdesivir when he first got there? Knowing that you can't take it if you had taken a regimen of hydroxychloroquine. Did they have an antidote to a bioweapon called Regeneron? And they gave it to the president because they didn't want his death on their hands? Okay, the night before, the days before, remember Hope Hicks was in the U.S. Marine One? Was she a carrier or mule? Possibly. Is that where President Trump picked it up? Was she one of those honeypots that the intel community sent in? Obama, whatever, sent in? No, not, yeah, a holdover from Obama? Why did she cry? Why did she basically talk about Trump trying to commandeer the beast and forcing the Secret Service to drive to the U.S. Capitol building on J6? Oh, I support you, President Trump and Melania Trump. I'm your best friend. Is that another example of a subverted official like Mike Pence was, in my opinion? I don't know. No, we got theories, and our theories are a lot more, seemed like more reasonable or more believable than there are. Like the golden showers dossier. Are you kidding me? You know what bed they're talking about, right? They're talking about the bed that Barack Obama and Michelle Obama slept on when they're sleeping with the enemy. Remember Uranium One? Have we forgotten about Uranium One? Uranium One sent to, in my opinion, to Russia as a middleman to go to Iran and possibly North Korea. Wow. And we know where they used the foundation as a front group, right? We know where that money went through. A lot of that money, over $100 million, right? You can't see those emails. That's top secret. What emails? They don't exist anymore. We wiped them with a cloth a long time ago. What are you talking about? What emails? Don't want to even hear the emails she wrote to Mohammed Morsi either, do you? Guy died of a heart attack while he's on trial. Well, there's kind of like a saying I've always had: you play cards with the devil, you're going to get burnt in the end. So whenever they don't need you anymore, alakazam, alakazoo, poof, you're gone. And I'll remember, this is a Law and Order channel. RH is not trying to incite violence, just the opposite. Remember, Matthew chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God or the children of God, right? Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. That's Matthew chapter 5, verse 9. I think 5, verse 8 is blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Could you imagine to be able to actually see God like Adam and Eve first were able to do? Cain, Cain, before he killed his brother, he could actually see, I guess, and he could even talk to God. Could you imagine that, to have that glory, to be able to even see God and talk to him in person without you disappearing? No, I pray for a divine intervention. And now what I'm going to get into, I was going to go back to that summons letter, but let me go back there real quick. Remember, this is where it originated, that letter. So I think this was a proposal to President Trump. President Trump may have signed it. I don't know. From Rob Cunningham. Remember Rob Cunningham's post on LinkedIn, LinkedIn. Rob Cunningham. He's an analyst, investor, speaker, and ambassador. Now, I thought he was an ambassador to Israel. That's another Cunningham. I won't go into that. Now they have contributors to the White House, to the president, to the administration, and they put in these proposals. This could have been a proposal, and it could have been signed signed by President Trump, and Trump went with it, President Trump, and he does that a lot, right? So there's talk about lawful closure of outposts. Remember, we're talking about all those military facilities. We're talking like RAF Men with Hill. RAF Men with Hill. Men with is a compound word. Okay. Look that up. Look up who ran it. Look up Echelon. Look up how they were outsourcing the surveillance on President Trump and his entire team. I believe back in 2016, they may have started off conducting surveillance on President Trump right after he threw his hat into the ring on June 20th of 2015. Remember, that's when they reorganized the Special Activities Division and changed it. That's when Obama reorganized it, right? That's when Obama, basically in 2014, a year before, or some months before 2015, when they put together the fraudulent presidential finding, right? After that, 2014 is when Barack Obama legalized the use of state-run propaganda. That's when Barack Obama destroyed our free press. That's the reason why we got all these screaming hyenas at every press conference that we have to try to endure. It's sickening. It's unprofessional. And half of those people are just political hacks. They shouldn't even be in there. Okay? They're not objective. Majority of them are not objective. And the far left is so ridiculous anyways. You got to be a little bit objective to have some common sense with all these ridiculous accusations and everything. And they're doing a great job. They're doing exactly what they're paid for. Remember, the CIA covert operatives can act as journalists. They are actually journalists. That's how they get put in those positions. That's how they get recommended. It goes deep, believe me. Okay, so restoration of sovereignty. Upon this recognition, all military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion shall be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. Right, so we're not beholding anymore to the Western uh, kingdom. Okay, we're what it's saying now. This is a proposal. Remember, therefore, by the order of His Excellency of the Western Kingdom. That's not referring to President Trump. And why are the people from UK calling President Trump His Excellency? Why? In my opinion, because President Trump is no longer the president of the United States Incorporated Inc. that's bankrupt. So they refer him to His Excellency. They don't refer the king to His Excellency. I guess you could, but this term, you could be an ambassador for the United States when they call him His Excellency, they're not calling him like a king. So maybe some of these people were told to use that terminology prior to the No Kings protest, right? So, you pay him a little bit of money. Yeah, I'll call him. Hey, you want me to call him His Excellency? Yeah, I'll do it. What, for 50,000? Yeah, sure, no problem. How long you want me to call him for? If you want me to keep on calling him His Excellency every time I refer to Donald Trump, yeah, I kind of really need 100,000. I got to put my 10 sons in college, right? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem, right? It's not their money, it's the American taxpayer money. Okay, so stand by. Excellency definition from Cambridge.org, okay? Excellency, Your Excellency, His Excellency, the title of someone in an important official position, especially someone such as an ambassador who represents their government in a foreign country. Okay. So a high level position officer of a country or leader of a country that can call him like an ambassador. President Trump is like an ambassador for the entire United States of America. He's the overall. We got a ambassador to the United Nations, U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. We got ambassadors for each country, U.S. ambassadors to each country or whatever. They'll call them Your Excellency or His Excellency, right? So that's gender neutered, right? Your Excellency, so it could be female or male or whatever. I really don't like that definition as much. Let me see if I can get a better one. Merriam-Webster. Excellency, especially outstanding or valuable quality, usually used in plural, used as a title or for high dignitaries of state, such as governor or an ambassador, or church, such as a Roman Catholic archbishop or bishop. Okay, go ahead and get back to this. Now, okay, so to prove that the presidential funding, wait a minute, hold on a second. Wow. Okay, so when you go down this letter, the so-called letter, this document that Trump signed, now, uh, I don't think Trump signed this. I think this was just an image that they got and made that document, but Trump could have signed the document. Now, to basically, there's a copyright on that signature. If you look at this document on LinkedIn from was Rob uh, Cunningham. Hold on a second. What's this the guy's name again? Yeah, Rob Cunningham. Go look at that document. If you look at the signature, if you zoom in on it, you can see letters like Y, A, whatever, M, looks like a U maybe. You don't see that when President Trump signs a document. So there right there should tell you that this was a created like it's pretty professionally done except for that. So the great seal of the United States of America, 1776. Okay. Going back to our independence. And if you go to the first comment, it's just Rob Cunningham's comment. He basically tells you he created the document. And it says right here, note, the image above is my conceptual representation of a plausible declaration and summons that is 100% within the lawful capacity of President Trump. Okay, so remember, the image above is my conceptual representation of a plausible, means like possible, it's plausible declaration and summons that is 100% within the lawful capacity of President Trump. Now, it doesn't mean that Rob Cunningham didn't put forth that proposal to President Trump and President Trump actually signed it, but this isn't the official document right here because you wouldn't see letters, you know, that white out the actual parts of the signature. So, anyways, I like it, but some of the stuff in there it's worded differently, right? So when you're basically talking about the Western Kingdom king, like King Charles, that's who they're referring to here. You're going to say Your Majesty or His Majesty's, right? Western Kingdom. Now, President of the United States for America, okay. Now that could be, so this is all messed up. So I think Rob Cunningham you could you can call, I think, a king His Excellency, but his title is king, right? Or Your Majesty or His Majesty of the Western Kingdom. So again, the Western Kingdom that Rob Cunningham is referring to is the United Kingdom, UK. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's a lot of talk about the Matador and all this stuff, okay, as far as it pertains to President Trump. Now, the reason why where this came from, I believe, is through the Scottish bloodline of President Trump through the MacLeod. Mac Loud, Mac means son of, and Loud is the actually name. Leod, that's the title. Son of, right? Will you give him to me? Okay, let me read this right here. And this is from the nickname 107. Okay. Let me read this. Now you can read this for yourself. The MacLeod history, family, crest, and coat of arms. This is House of Names. That's where I got it from. Okay. Etymology of MacLeod. Okay. The crest and motto of MacLeod are a bull's head and hold fast. Of it, the clan may well be proud, as it commemorates a brave deed by an ancestor at the prompting of sympathy and mercy. The story goes that one of the Dunvegan chiefs went to pay a visit to Igeriel at Inverary. He chanced to arrive on the day appointed for the execution of one of Argariel's clansmen, whom his chief had condemned to be gored to death by a bull. A sort of arena had been prepared, and Argiel, with his guests, occupied seats raised above the space in which the tragedy was to be enacted. The bull, bellowing with rage, was led in, and presently the man appeared. He was a fine-looking fellow, and showed no signs of fear as he faced the animal. MacLeod implored Argeriel to forgive the man. Argeriel, with a cruel smile, said it was too late, as the man was with the bull in the arena and nothing could save him. If I save him, said MacLeod, will you give him to me? He sprang to his feet as he spoke, flung aside his cloak, and prepared for prompt action. Yes, said Argeriel. If you save him, he is yours, but you go to your own death. Without another word, MacLeod sprang into the arena, rushed for the bull, and seized one of his horns by the left hand. And as he did so, a cry rang out, "Vold fast." I don't know what vold means. It's VOLD, fast. The next instant, MacLeod struck a blow with his dirk. I don't even know what a dirk is, which reached the beast's heart. The bull was killed and the man was saved. Even now, there were Campbells living at Dunvegan who claimed to be descended from the man whom MacLeod saved, and a horn of Dunvegan is said to be one of those of the bull which MacLeod killed. Okay. Early origins of the MacLeod family. The surname MacLeod was first found on the Isle of Lewis, that's Scottish Gaelic, where the Seol Tormud branch held the territories of Harris, Gleneag, and Dunvegan. Castle in Skyer, while the Seol Torquil branch held Ascent and Cadboll and the island of Ramsay. There was no title deeds for those territories as they had been considered possessions of Norway. Yet when King Haakon asserted his authority over the lands in 1263, King Alexander resisted. Although the Scottish King Alexander signed the Treaty of Perth allowing payment of rent to Norway for all of these lands, it was never paid, and the whole of the Western Isles became Scottish possessions. Early history of the MacLeod family. This web page shows only a small excerpt of our MacLeod research. Okay. And there's more information, but it goes to a direction to a different link or whatever. MacLeod spelling variations. Translations in medieval times was an underdeveloped science and was often carried out without due care. For this reason, many Scottish names appeared radically altered when written in English. The spelling variations of MacLeod include MacLeod, 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 MacCleod. I don't need to go through that. Early notables of MacLeod: Sir Roderick MacLeod of Dunvegan Castle, who led 600 of his clansmen to Ireland to assist O'Donnell's rebellion, and Lord MacLeod's Highlanders, 73rd Regiment, later the 71st Regiment, which was raised in 1777 and saw service. Okay. MacLeod's ranking. In the United States, the name MacLeod is the 2001st most popular surname with an estimated 14,922 people with that name. Okay, this is what's important right here. Okay, the MacLeod migration to the United States. The hardy Scots who made the crossing settled all along the east coast of North America and in the Great West that was just then opening up. At the time of the American War of Independence, many unified empire loyalists moved north from the American colonies to Canada. Scottish national heritage became better known in North America in the 20th century through Highland Games and other patriotic events. An examination of immigration records and passenger ship lists revealed that people bearing the name MacLeod arrived in North America very early. McLeod settlers in the United States in the 18th century. Donald McLeod, who landed in New York in 1738. William McLeod, who arrived in Virginia in 1756. Margaret McLeod, who arrived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1773. McLeod settlers in the United States in the 19th century. John B. McLeod, who arrived in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, 1873. Okay, I won't go through a lot of this stuff here, but and remember Nova Scotia, right? Nova Scotia. Now, from my understanding, that connection between Trump's family tree, as far as being a McLeod, can tie to King Olaf, but that goes all the way back. I think the King Olaf goes back to Scottish King Olaf goes. I think it goes all the way back to the 1200s. Hold on a second. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, we're still live. At least on YouTube we are. Okay, up here, images of Scottish King Olaf, President Trump's family tree. Let me see this here. There's a Norwegian king there. Hold on a second. I can't read it. I can't zoom in close enough. It's really blurry. Let me see here. Okay, northern UK, that would be Scotland, okay? Donald Trump's roots in Scotland. This was dated September 15th of 2025, I guess just in time for the No Kings protests, right? Ahead of a presidential visit to the United Kingdom this week, we learn about the heritage of Donald Trump's mother, who was born and raised in one of the UK's northernmost islands. Our correspondent takes us to the Scottish island where Mary Ann MacLeod was born and learned English as her second language after Gaelic. Okay. What, I can't read anymore? Wow. That's it? Thought I was going to get a story there. So Norway owned the Northern Isles before, I think, Scotland took over, right? So it goes all the way back to the Vikings, I believe. That wasn't very that wasn't a very big article at all. What in the world? It's crazy. Just like there's an 8 minute listen, so they only show one paragraph. I don't know if you have to sign up. You have to subscribe. The news you need to start your day. You got to sign up for it, and golly, this should be public information. He's the President of the United States, not stuck in some type of NPR where you have to subscribe to even read the article. It's ridiculous. The Scottish clan roots, so they don't say royalty roots, the clan, right? That's what I read on this channel too. The Scottish clan roots of Donald Trump, stated 19th January 2017. The story of the grandson of Gaelic-speaking fishermen from a remote part of Hebridean Islands who rose to become leader of the free world sounds as if it came from the pages of a Hollywood script. Wow, just listen to how the grandson of a Gaelic speaking fisherman, Donald Trump's a fisherman? No, from a remote part of Hebridean Islands who rose to become leader of the free world. Sounds at it as if the grandson, okay, he's not the Gaelic speaking fisherman. He's a grandson of a Gaelic speaking fisherman. However, the Donald Trump's ascension to the American presidency appears to have come with little attention paid, by him at least, to his ancestry of the Isle of Lewis. Yeah, that's what I was reading about now. I just lost the whole live stream. I got to refresh. Bear with me. Oh my gosh. That's preemption right there. Or I might have too many source reference pages open. Could be that too. It's a lot of information to unwind. Okay, so let's go. This is the Scotsman from the Scotsman, and the title, The Scottish Clan Roots of Donald Trump. Trump's business links with Scotland have been well documented, from the controversial construction of his Aberdeenshire golf course to his love-hate relationship with former First Minister Alex Salmond. Arguably, nowhere other than the United States has felt his presence more than Scotland. Yet his visits to his ancestral homeland have been brief and fleeting at best. God, there it did again. This is ridiculous. God, I have to refresh it again. Testing 1, 2. We're still live. His mother, Mary McLeod, was born in the tiny Lewis village of Tong in 1912 before departing the island of the United States. Before departing the island for the United States on the RMS Transylvania in 1930. But Trump has visited the island just twice in his lifetime. On his last brief sojourn in 2008, he spent a reported 97 seconds inside the family home. Testing 1, 2. And an unassuming pebble-dashed former croft where Mary was born and raised alongside 9 older siblings, a world away from the gaudy, gold-encrusted affluence of Trump Tower. I, I like it. I feel very comfortable here. I think I do feel Scottish, he announced to waiting reporters after leaving the house before boarding his private Boeing 727 and waving goodbye to the aisle 3 hours later, seemingly never to return. I guess this was 1997. I'm afraid to scroll down because I could lose it again. Had he stayed longer, however, and delved into his family history, he would have discovered the brief and tem- tem- tempestuous history of the McLeods of Lewis. The McLeod name has its roots in Old Norse. The Isle of Lewis remained part of Norway until the 13th century. And it's thought, 1200, right when King Olaf took over, the Scottish King Olaf. And McLeod means son of loud. Okay. The McLeod name has its roots with Old Norse. The Isle of Lewis remained part of Norway until the 13th century and is thought to have come from the word, I can't even pronounce that, meaning a word meaning ugly, right? I guess loud is supposed to mean ugly. I don't think so. By the beginning of the 14th century, McLeod clan had split into 2 branches, those who lived on Lewis and later grew to hold lands in Razay and McLeods of Dunvegan and Harris. The McLeods of Lewis were first granted lands on the mainland in Assynt, that's Assynt, under the reign of King David II in the mid-14th century, adding to land held in Razay, Skye, Gairloch, and rivaling that held by the McLeods of Harris. However, their attempts to seize further property on the mainland proved unsuccessful after the attack on Clan MacKay's lands at Strathhanaver. The raiding party was ambushed and almost wiped out on the northern bank of the river Oikel in what became known as the Battle of Tuatim Tarhak, or Plentiful Slaughter to give its English name. Despite its continuous strong presence in the northwest of the country, a series of conflicts between branches of the family of the clan destroyed the original line of chiefs during the 15th century. The marriage of clan chief Ruari to the daughter of John Mackenzie in the mid-1500s produced an heir, Torquil Connacht, only for the child to then be disowned by Ruari in 1541 due to a supposed affair between the Morrison chief of Lewis. A succession of feuds based around the ascension to the chief of the clan lasting until the end of the century, eventually resulted in Mackenzie's being awarded the title deed to the ancestral homeland of Lewis in 1597. And despite a brief resurgence during the 18th century Jacobite risings, where they fought against the British government, the clan succumbed to the infighting which consumed it over a century earlier. By the time the MacLeods of Dunvegan and Harris fought for the government side during the Jacobite risings, the Mackenzies owned Lewis and the MacLeods there fought alongside them, he said. Some of the MacLeods who lived on Ramsay when the Lewis branch owned the lands fought against the government. It wasn't unique to have two branches of the same clan fighting on opposite sides, but the Harris MacLeod outnumbered the Ramsay ones. And retribution for their perceived betrayal, Norman arriving on the shores of Rasay and late summer 1746, beginning a months-long campaign of burning, pillaging, and ransacking the island, terrorizing the MacLeod population. In total, almost 1,000 animals, including horses, sheep, and cows, were slaughtered, while 32 boats were destroyed. 300 homes were razed to the ground, leading to Norman being referred to as the Wicked Man until his death in 1772. To this day, Trump's cousins remain on Lewis in the village where his mother was born. Okay. So, looks like he's not a descendant of a kingdom or royal family, but far as I know. So that the stuff was all made up, right? You see, there could be some more information. Let me see here. Delete that one. This is Son, Complete Guide to Trump's Family. I think the Son operates out of China, right? Oh, China, China, China. RH is colluding with China now. Wrong. With roots stretching back to Germany and Scotland, here's everything you need to know about the 45th and 47th president lineage and progeny. Trump's family journey from immigrants to business moguls and political figures spanned several generations. They have played a part in shaping the landscape of America, real estate, entertainment, and politics. You got a picture of Elizabeth Christ and Friedrich Trump. Trump's family American story begins with Friedrich Trump, Donald's grandfather, who immigrated to the United States from Karlstadt, Germany. I've been in Karlstadt before, in the late 19th century. I can't remember exactly where it is in Germany anymore, but I've been through there. Friedrich established himself as an entrepreneur, operating restaurants and hotels in the Pacific Northwest and Yukon. Wow. He married Elizabeth Christ, who also from Karlstadt, and they became the parents of Fred Trump, Donald's father. Fred Trump, born in 1905 in New York City, built upon his father's entrepreneurial spirit to create substantial real estate empire in New York. Fred's business acumen laid the foundation for the Trump Organization, which Donald would later expand. The family's wealth grew significantly during Fred's lifetime, with reports suggesting he provided substantial financial support to Donald throughout his career. Let's see, it doesn't go back any earlier. Donald Trump was born on June 14th, 1946. Wow, they don't go further back than that. Just to his grandmother, I guess. That's that's a disappointment. So Scottish and German, they didn't talk about. Doesn't look like they talked about the Scottish one at all. Just the German one. That's where they got their fascist and Hitler stuff from. It's ridiculous. The National Scot. What are Donald Trump's family connections, ties to Scotland? All to know right here. By Andrew Smart. The race between Republican, I don't want to see all that stuff. I just want to see the family tree. Okay. Just goes back to his uh Donald Trump's Scottish ties are through his mother, Mary Ann MacLeod, who was born in the small village of Tong on the Isle of Lewis. Well, there's not a whole lot more of that family tree. So that's it. The clan of MacLeods, and it kind of like it kind of like it stops there. Man. So wrap up smears, just more wrap up smears. They just pick out certain things they want to pick out, like really small things. Okay, just because President Trump's dad's, I guess, mom and dad's from Germany, they came over to America as immigrants. You know, oh, that makes him Hitler. And I guess the Scottish, they're saying, oh, he's part of a royal family. You know, he's wants to be a king tyrant in the United States, right? Okay, Trump Scottish. This is from Trump Golf Scotland. Trump's Scottish ancestry and family history. Trump International. This is from Trump International. Marianne was born on the 10th of May, 1912, at 5 at says 5 Tong. Stornoway to McLeod, Malcolm McLeod and his wife. Wait a minute. Marianne was born. That's, I guess, Trump's grandmother, or yeah, I think, or mom. I don't know. Marianne was born on 10 May 1912 at Five Tong, Stornoway to Malcolm McLeod and his wife Mary Smith. The family lived at Tong, a small fishing crofting township lying 3 to 4 miles from Stornoway, the only town on the Isle of Lewis. The parents married in 1891 within the Free Church of Scotland, Tong. Malcolm was a local fisherman crofter, the son of Alexander McLeod and Annie McLeod. At the time of the 1901 census, Malcolm and Mary already had 6 children. Okay. Alexander, also a crofter fisherman, would have been born in about 1832. He married Anne McLeod, also a Tong resident, in 1853 and died in Tong in 1900. According to his son Malcolm, who was the informant of his father's death, Alexander was the son of William McLeod, a crofter, and Catherine McLeod. William died at nearby Batisker in 1869. According to his son Alexander, he was the son of Kenneth McLeod and Catherine, looks like McIver, Mc, McGilver. Okay. No trace could be found of wills or testaments in respect of Alexander or William McLeod. The book Tong, the story of a Lewis village, from the Tong Historical Society, 1984, provides some family trees and photographs of several McLeods. Further research will be required to clarify the relationships of these people to Marianne McLeod. Lewis and Harris make up the largest and northernmost island of Outer Hebrides or Western Isles. It is separated from the Scottish mainland by the Minch, whatever that means. It comprises the northern part, Lewis, and a smaller but more mountainous south part, Harris. The only town in Stornoway. The only town is Stornoway. Administratively, Lewis formed part of Ross-shire, while Harris belonged to Inverness-shire. There's a lot of stuff to go through, but basically this is the history of the Scottish side. They go through a lot more detail. The parish of Stornoway comprises about 100 square miles. It is generally flat countryside with a coastline which in places is extremely rocky. The principal bay is Broad Bay, on which Aird of Tong and Tong lie. These are 2 coastal settlements lying about a mile apart. Tong is often still referred to by its Gaelic name, Drumbeag. Broad Bay was considered to be unsafe for non-local vessels because of a sunken reef projecting from Aird of Tong. Village now comprises a mix of a local authority and modern private housing, a primary school, and community center. There is a post office, a small church used by the Scottish Episcopal Church, but no shops. Many residents commute to Stornoway, but crofting is still the principal local activity. A lot more here to read. Pretty detailed here. Then it goes down to the MacLeod clan. I read that to you, talked about the bull's head, right? Crest a bull's head, cabossed sable, horned oar. Is that a horned owl? Between two flags, scales staved of the first mott, hold fast, whatever. The origins of the MacLeod clan are shrouded in mystery, but it is fairly certain that the chiefs are of Norse origin and that Laud was the younger son of Olaf the Black, one of the last Norse kings. He is believed to have inherited the islands of Lewis, Harris, and part of Skye. Dunvegan on Skye was and still is the seat of the MacLeod chief. It was to become the virtual cultural center of the Isles. Later, the clan split into two branches, the principal one being on Skye and the other on the Isle of Lewis, where to this day MacLeod is still the most prevalent surname. As with all clans, they were more or less continuously at war with one another, and from time to time they fought further afield. In 1651, for example, the MacLeods joined the English royalist side of the Battle of Worcester, where they were beaten by Cromwell's army and lost over 500 clansmen. They were highly skeptical of the Prince Charles Edward Stuart's chances in the 1745 uprising and adopted a fairly neutral position. This enabled them to keep their estates after the Hanoverian victory at Culloden. Clan continues to thrive in societies throughout the world. The clan continues to thrive in societies throughout the world. Let me see here where that. Like many clan societies, the MacLeods are actively involved in a DNA research project aimed at identifying a typical MacLeod DNA fingerprint. So MacLeod was the younger son of Olaf the Black, one of the last Norse kings. Norse kings. Let's see here. Norse, meaning Norway. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Three Eye Atlas, and right now, try to get finished because it's getting really late. Probably put everybody to sleep. Well, at least this is good for something, right? The Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, kings were often referred to as Kuningur, meaning king in Old Norse. The title Jarl, that's Jarl, was used to denote a noble or high-ranking warrior leader, while Hersir referred to a regional ruler or chieftain. The kings of the Viking Age were not absolute monarchs, but rather rulers who maintained a delicate balance of power with nobles and common freemen. The kingship in the Viking Age was often hereditary but not absolute, and the king was expected to be a wise leader, a brave warrior, and a just lawmaker. So it went from Norse and it went to the kings of the Viking Age, right? So I guess those were Norse kings. The North mythology kings, queens, and rulers. I don't want to go through the myths. Okay, I want to go through the myths part of this. Oh, okay, so now the three-eye atlas is not acting like just a natural type of asteroid or comet. It's a lot of questions. It seems to have some type of propulsion system where there's actually like jets and what you call it, like jet streams out the back of the what they call a comet or three-eye atlas, right? So I don't think they can even really call it a comet yet. Um, I don't think they've got. If they do have the photographs, they're not sharing them, and this is what makes me wonder: is this going to be some type of Project Bluebeam that they got cooked up? Whatever. I mean, we got to stop these people. These people that were behind the pandemic, whatever, and we've already got enough information to basically to understand they helped use that to manipulate, you know, selections. Let's just say that, right? Selections, and we know. Remember October 17th, 2019. CNN put out a Moody study from top-level economists. The title of that article: Democrats need to sharpen their attacks on the Trump economy. Why? Why were they going to attack the American people's economy? Because they wanted to drive President Trump's numbers down. It's the same old song and dance what they're trying to do right now with his shutdown, right? They're attacking our economy just for them to use that as leverage, extorting the American people with billions of dollars, extorting billions of dollars of American tax dollars to go to people here illegally, to give them free health care because they plan on those people being voters for them and to overthrow the United States of America as it is, to basically dismiss the U.S. Constitution and our constitutional republic and transform it into something else it's not. These people are far left. They're nutcases in my opinion. They can't be trusted, and many of them belong in a prison cell for crimes that they have committed, being part of the broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America or our government led by our president. And people can say whatever they want to say. They're gonna have to have something. They're gonna have to have where we're gonna go to them and go, oh please, instead of praying to God, right? Praying God that God puts a hedge of protection around our country, around President Trump, our leaders, that they do the right thing and these criminals are exposed, especially the ones that are complicit in mass murder, having any possibility of having to do with any type of possibility of bioweapons. So for people to go, oh, that wasn't a bioweapon or nothing like that, it wasn't serious. Well, it took down an entire aircraft carrier, the USS Roosevelt. USS Roosevelt had to go on quarantine for, I think, a couple of months. Remember? Remember the sailors they had shore leave that went to Vietnam, a communist country? The bump and rub covert mules operation possibly. They've done that before in another country in an airport, remember? Remember North Korea? I'm just saying. We got a lot of tourists that go to Vietnam still. Not saying anything bad about Vietnam. Okay. So there's a lot of anomalies as far as leading people to believe that that interstellar object 3i Atlas is basically not organic or natural. That is basically like a ship or a probe, a probe. Now probe is coming out quite often here lately. A probe. So what does a probe do? They seek out life or whatever or precious metals. Now, me personally, I think the 3i Atlas has like a collector. It's got like some type of magnetic field that draws metals to it, and especially possibly iron. And they're using the iron for some type of what do you call that? I can't remember the name now. If I remember it, some type of fusion process. Okay, some type of fusion process that they're using the iron, and that's the reason why there's no ore. They say because there's no iron detectable on the 3i Atlas, and that the nickel that is there is very pure in pure quantities, right? That can only be done in a technical process. It's not natural. They say nickel does not come without iron, and iron is normally the major component of that combination, which they kind of like pretty much lock onto each other. I don't know how to explain it as good as a lot of other people can, but the propulsion, it seemed like there were jets, but I don't know. See, whenever it was going into that orbit and it got by the sun, the what do you call those radiation waves or whatever, it basically is supposed to propel the Three Eye Atlas outside of our solar system, right, and cause it to speed up. It actually looks like the Three Eye Atlas began to slow down through some type of propulsion system, or like, putting a propulsion system in like reverse or whatever. You know how that when a plane lands and then they reverse the thrust or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if that's how they do it or whatever, but you hear it, right? So, and it slows down. I don't know if that's reverse thrust or whatever. I'm ashamed of myself, but I'm, kind of tired right now. I can't remember everything that I've learned. But anyways, it seems to have a propulsion system, and it seems to have, when at the time where it should be speeding up, it's doing the opposite. So also the trajectory of coming in into our solar system the way it did and fly by, uh, I think it was Venus, Jupiter, and Mars. It appears to be like on a charter, like a charter. It was like a navigation charter that was already set up for that probe to go by, and it looks like it's concentrating on Mars the most. From what I understand, what it's basically spreading on Mars almost could replicate what would be like a terraforming operation. So terraforming. Okay. Let me clear out some of these source references real quick. Okay, now there's a couple of games, right? Indie boards and cards, right? Terraforming Mars. Okay, they got games you can buy on Amazon, whatever. Okay, so but terraforming Mars, Wikipedia. So this is what Elon Musk is really interested in doing. They're basically setting up flights and trying to set up Mars, in my opinion, where it's um, habitable by humans, right? So the terraforming of Mars is a hypothetical procedure that would consist of a planetary engineering project or concurrent projects aspiring to transform Mars from a planet hostile to life to one that could sustain host humans and other life forms. Okay, so maybe these high level officials or whatever, maybe they have been communicating with people that originated from our planet antediluvian with antediluvian technology, like the pyramids. They say the pyramids were basically built prior to the flood, right? So that's antediluvian, I think they call it, right? Pre-flood technology. Remember in the Bible where it's plural, that they created men and women, right? So what is RH rambling about? Okay, now remember also, uh, during the Cuban Missile Crisis era, the U.S. Navy submarine discovered, I think it was 4 huge deep underwater pyramids, and the pyramids there, or one pyramid there, they had even sphinxes there. Uh, they are a lot larger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. That's what they claim. So I like to get some more research about that before I talk any further about it. But I thought that was interesting. And after the U.S. Navy discovery from the submarine, that basically was down in those depths. Now, my thing is that how we got permission to basically have that Gitmo at at in Cuba? That's on Cuba. I think that's part. It's either right off the mainland of Cuba or it is part of the mainland of Cuba. Why have we been given that permission? So, they play these good cop, kind of like bad cops, like with other country leaders in other countries, right? That's a good country. That's a bad country. To keep people away from it, right? And also in that area, that's part of the Bermuda Triangle. And you know about all the lore about the Bermuda Triangle, like aircraft disappearing. There's something different with the with gravity. It's like anti-gravity or reverse gravity or something like that, right? Where it's, that's kind of like rumors, right? But anyways, if you go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Okay, so again, and God said on verse 26, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image. In our image. Let us. It's plural. So that's pre-Diluvian technology that the sons of God or the angels had, and and those segments of those that a lot of people believe that's where the races came from, right? So, and they had that technology. So then you go back to Genesis chapter 6, verse 1, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. Remember, this is pre-flood right here, right? That the sons of God saw that the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. That's man, right? But not the hybrids, right? Or the what do you call it? Nephilim. So, and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. But God repented later on after he created men, right? And after the sons of God came down and they began to basically uh, mate, however, with with the daughters of men, and they created the giants, right? The hybrids, and then they became violent, even cannibals, from what I understand, right? That was the days during the days of Noah. So prior to the even chapter 6, there's definitely these angels. They had a you know, like they had the knowledge from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, right? So what did the serpent say to Eve? What did the serpent say to Eve? Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made, and he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said that ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not touch of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. So she's talking about the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden. God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Okay, so probably knowing some technology, possibly that would lead to uh, killing, even destruction of planets. Possibly, I don't know. We all don't know. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So God's the one that decides what's good and what's bad for us, right? So He's the one that commands us to do what's right and warns us not to do what's wrong. Okay, so now, uh, so before even that happened, God said, Let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. Okay, so let us make man in our image. Again, plural. Okay. Our image is also the sons of God. Remember, Yeshua or Yehoshua, our Messiah, he was there at the very beginning. Remember? So the technology was definitely there. We got the structures, and they're basically on all 7 continents. Okay, all 7 continents. They have that technology, and you know we're supposed to believe that we were like cavemen, like 12,000 years ago, and we just learned how to rub 2 sticks together. We didn't have uh, technological experience or something like that, like building the pyramids. But you know what? Think about the the uh, the technological skills they had of building these huge pyramids, right? So that's just the technology they had for the Earth, and I do believe they can manipulate gravity, right? They can reverse gravity. So you know, gravity is what goes up must fall down, or whatever. What's that saying for gravity? What goes up must come down, right? So, like you throw a rock up in the air, right? It comes down. So, how are they lifting these 100-ton like blocks to to be like as the foundation structure for like these huge megalithical like pyramids and structures? Well, um, I believe they had the technology of reverse gravity or whatever, basically making things without where you could probably push them with like a finger. You know what I mean? So, anyways, let me get back to wow. Let me get back to the live stream. How many people are proud of RH? You haven't heard me have a live scream in a while, right? So that's a good thing. Okay. Let me change back out that avatar photograph. Okay, so now if that is alien technology or interstellar from aliens from a different star system, right? That came into our solar system, it appears that they are, from based on the information I got, they're terraforming Mars. So, um, so again, these pyramids were built before the flood, and even after the flood, they still retained, like Nimrod, right? The Tower of Babel. Remember that feat? That huge, that huge tower that Nimrod built. They still had the technology even after the flood. So whether it came passed on through Noah's sons or whatever, they passed on that technology, right? So, or Noah's descendants, or maybe even Cain. So Cain, he was of the wicked one, right? So what? Who's the wicked one? I thought Adam was his dad, right? Who's the wicked one? So the devil entered the Cain, like the devil entered, or Satan entered Judas Iscariot for him to sin like that, right? Creating the greater sin by turning him over, right? So so Cain might have basically his his seed, his offspring, they could have had the same technology and the same knowledge, right? From the angels, sons of God. So that's when they started building their city. But I believe that Cain, since God basically commanded that uh, so this is just my opinion. Let's listen to the punishment that how Cain describes his own punishment, right? In Genesis. And this is just a hypothesis or a theory of mine. Cain had to go underground. God, in my opinion, put a graven image, a mark on him that basically everybody saw it and said, wow, if you, that means it's a graven image. If you basically come near this guy right here and you do anything to him, uh, sevenfold will come to you, right? Sevenfold. Okay, so now this is in Genesis chapter 4, verse 8. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, a fugitive and vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Now listen to Cain's description of his punishment. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore, whoso slayeth Cain, uh, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. Okay, I believe that mark was a cross, like Tav, the symbol of a graven image. Okay, so that's my opinion. So listen to this again. Listen to the words or terms that Cain says was his punishment. Cain said, My punishment was greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face, from God's face. That's the surface. That's not from the face, driven out from the surface of the earth and from God's face, which is the surface of his, you know, his head, whatever, his face, right? And we just think of it like we don't even think of it. When we think of face, we think of external, not internal, right? But God drove Cain out from the surface of the earth, even from God's face. That means Cain could see and talk to God before that, right? So, and remember, that's before the fall of man, I guess, the sin of, you know, taking from that tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And Cain says, right, this is chapter 4, verse 14 in Genesis. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, not on the earth. And it shall come to pass. Okay, already said that. So God drove Cain out, in my opinion, from the surface, from the top, the surface of the earth, into the earth, not on the earth. Am I reading too much into it? I could be. So Cain went on to the land of Nod, literally means wandering, and he became like a what do you call it, a fugitive, kind of like a nomad, right? Not like a like hold on a second, a fugitive and vagabond. I'd have to look up the term vagabond, but right now I could do that. Vagabond. Stand by. Of course, and we have to be looking up to get the absolute correct meaning of it. We have to look it up in Hebrew, in the Hebrew dictionary, right? Let's see, vagabond. A person who wanders from place to place without a home or job. Okay. So, in my opinion, there's these underground cave like, tunnels, whatever, natural tunnels, or maybe, Cain had the technology. Well, I'm sure he had the technology. Um, sounds like if the fallen angel, like Satan, he's like the leader of the fallen angels. Um, He wasn't at one time. He was called Lucifer. It was all different. And I won't go into that tonight. That's a whole different teaching, hours long teaching, right? So, um, so remember, Cain's descendants, like Tubal Cain, and I can't remember all of them, Lamech, all these people, they were metal workers, right? And Shelah, Sheoth, this is Genesis chapter 4, verse 22. And Shelah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer, artificer in brass and iron. Okay, so iron, there's a key word popping up, okay, as far as the 3i Atlas. Iron isn't even cannot be detected on 3i Atlas, and to make nickel into a pure form of metal, that's that's uh that's not that doesn't come from nature. In nature, they say, the scientists say that uh nickel always comes with iron, and iron is the most has the most content than nickel does. So there's a process you have to go through to actually have nickel in that pure form. There's actually things that this so-called comet or 3i Atlas is doing, and what they detected with their sensors or whatever, and through you know these huge telescopes, imagery, whatever. It's not acting like a normal comet. The colors that it's showing, it looks like it's pulsing, pulsing at times, whatever. There looks like there's kind of like a not a halo around it, but like a shield, an energy, a force shield, a force field, or whatever, projecting that can block, and or the craft can actually, it's like a collector of metals, certain metals is collecting, and it's building its size. They said that they first detected it, maybe that's their instruments aren't off or whatever, or maybe NASA, maybe they started replacing all the NASA officials with DEI people that have nothing about physics or whatever. They don't even know what they're talking about. They'll just get somebody else and use their information and make it their own or whatever. Take other people's content and use it as their own. But anyways, um, yeah, it's getting to be kind of. Hold on a second. Yeah, Earth needs some terraforming. I don't know. That gets going to be kind of scary. You know what I mean? But yeah, from what I heard from these scientists is when the Earth first formed, or when God was creating the Earth, right, there wasn't oxygen. Oxygen came later, and 3i Atlas has kind of like when it passed through that field of Mars, whatever that field of Mars, a lot of those components or the stuff that's basically peeling off that whatever it is going down to Mars, and they say that's what you would need to basically how would I say this? Bring a dead planet back to life. So now that's also spraying, from what I understand, like enormous amounts of water from that ship or whatever it is, and the size of it, the weight of it, based on gravity, whatever, and their charts and all that stuff, as far as gravity, how fast vehicle, whatever, or a ship or whatever, or a comet can move or whatever, and basically go on its path. It appears that the weight of the 3I Atlas has grown from 10 billion tons to, I think it's 30 something, 33 billion tons. So it's collecting, it's like a collector. Maybe the 3I Atlas went by the sun and collected certain types of gases or whatever, and they're taking it to Mars to help terraform Mars. And could it be far as something biblical, what we read about in let me read it directly from the book, okay? The good book, they call it. We're we're identified as the people of the book. So let's see here. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, stand by. Now, this is Revelation chapter 21, not to add or take away. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Okay, so I don't know. It doesn't basically. It doesn't deter my faith at all. If you want to know the truth, that this actually strengthens my faith. I'm not going to be running around out there like going into hysterics. Oh my God, we're being invaded. This is an alien invasion. We don't really know, what these people are saying. They might just be trying to build this up to have some type of false flag or whatever, or alien, what do you call it, invasion and all this stuff. You know what I mean? So they could take over total control of all of us, because this information that's coming out now, if the people find out, remember, I got a video that I shared multiple times. Obama was out there calling to basically build a global pandemic infrastructure. And he supposedly left the guide or the manual with President Trump, and President Trump pretty much just tore it up, I guess, from what I understand, right? So you go back to Event 201 Global Pandemic Exercise based on the new coronavirus. Okay, go back in there and look at Event 201 highlights reel. Event 201 highlights reel on YouTube. It's only like 12 or 13 minutes long. And go in there and read about or listen to everything that they set up to go along with the some people say pandemic. Okay. Remember, again, everyone's assumed to be innocent or presumed to be innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. Anytime I reference a person's name, I'm not accusing him of doing anything wrong. That's the way it's supposed to be in the United States of America. I mean, far as people, citizens of this country. Anyways, we're supposed to have due process of law rights, and we're supposed to have, you know, what do you call it? Yeah, just uh, yeah, due process of law, right? So, anyways, going to terraforming Mars, that's a possibility. From what I've heard from these scientists, whatever, they claim that the the projections that they left on Mars is basically kind of like terraforming. Now, I think there's cyanide or something. There's a poisonous gas or whatever, a substance on the Three Eye Atlas as well. There's some talk about that possibly being wormwood, the wormwood that's talked about in the Bible as well. So, anyways, which turns our waters bitter. So now, as far as the elliptical orbit that basically that the trajectory that interstellar object came into, it actually changed its course to basically be in our same elliptical kind of like orbit pattern, but in its own pattern, going to directly by Venus, by Jupiter, and Mars. And they say the odds of that happening, being an interstellar object coming into kind of like our elliptical orbit in our solar system and basically pass by as close as it did with Mars, with Jupiter and Venus, and that would have to be like man-made, right? So now it's supposed to be going behind the sun, right? Behind the sun, we can't see what it looks like now, but they're holding back images. And this is what bothers me. When they start playing around like holding back images, right? Possibly could be because they want to create a certain image to make it look more like it's an alien craft when it's not, possibly not. And we don't know. Got to trust but verify everyone, including POTUS, right? Trust but verify. And I don't care which, that goes back all the way to, Reagan and every president, right? Yeah. Only want to talk, show me your leaders or send me to your leaders, right? Could you imagine aliens going to speak to somebody like Adam Schiff or Chuck Schumer or Nancy Pelosi, our government? Golly. So let me just now there's kind of artistic there's kind of like artistic what do you call it? I forgot what you call it. Like these painters have drawn or painted pictures of what the craft that was looked like of what Elijah when he was taken up, right? So going back to Area 111, instead of Acts 111, I put Area 111, kind of like Area 51 instead of Area 51, Area 111. And so going to Acts chapter 1, verse 11, what does it say? Okay, Acts chapter 1, verse 11, for people thinking that there's no type of extraterrestrial or alien or a pre-diluvian uh, um, period technology of aircraft or what we would call UFOs. So let's go to Acts chapter 1 again. Let me see here. Stand by. The manner of transportation. rendition. I think rendition, the artistic rendition, whatever you call it, what I've said before, rendition of what the aircraft looked like that Elijah was taken up in. Okay, there's they're out there. Believe me, they're out there. Um, so again, Acts chapter 1. We're talking about spaceships. Okay. Okay, this is Acts chapter 1, verse 11, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus which is taken up from you into heaven shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. Okay, let's go. Where can we verify that in another place? Now, give some more context. I I will uh, I will go back earlier in Acts chapter 1 before verse 11. I'll start with 7. And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times of the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all of Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly towards heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus which is taken up from you into heaven, or Yeshua, that's his real name, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. Okay. Now, being taken up into the clouds, right? They watched him being taken up. So, what transportation took him up and he disappeared into the clouds? Okay. It had to be some type of ship or what we would, because we couldn't recognize it today. I don't think we could recognize it, a ship today, of being, it'd be unidentified flying object, right? I don't go into this UAV, whatever stuff like that. Because if I can't identify it being of human origin or of earthly origin, I could call it a UFO, even if it's created by man with some type of advanced technology, and I've never seen it before. It's still called a UFO because I can't identify it. Okay. I think I understand a little bit more about identifying since I was a tracking technician, tracking supervisor, and tracking officer in position working for NORAD. So I think I know a little bit about tracking. Okay. So now how can we have what's another witness of him being taken up? And while they remember, they said, Ye men Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Yeshua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner. So he shall come back in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. Okay? Matthew chapter 24 talks about it. So that's the second witness. John's the first one, and the book of Matthew, I think Matthew was the author of the book of Matthew, right? So hold on a second. Matthew is the gospel written by a Jew to Jews. Okay, so Matthew chapter 24. Okay, so he's going to come in like manner. He's going to return in like manner as he left in like manner. Okay, so we have the witness in Acts chapter 1, and this is Matthew chapter 24. beginning with verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Okay? So, coming in the clouds of heaven in the same manner that he left, right? In Acts chapter 1. So, yeah, it looks like a gyroscope, in my opinion. Right. Yeah, you're right. King Finn. King Finn. That's unique. Yeah, CA at California. All right. If you're from Cali, I got cousins up in was it Redmond? I can't remember. Redmond. Yeah, it's in Northern California. Let me see. Let me look it up here real quick. Redmond. From my understanding, it's Redmond. It's in Northern California. Neighborhood of Redmond is located in Los Angeles County in the state of California. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. Reading. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I said Redmond. Reading. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so it's 3:10 a.m. my time, and I can't think of anything more that I haven't talked about that I plan on talking about. Now there's a lot more abnormalities, they call it, for the three-eye atlas. I mean, pretty much you go out there on YouTube and you can find quite a few takes on the three-eye atlas. I guess for some reason they're holding back clear photographs of it or images of it, whatever. And I kind of don't like that. They think, what do they think, we're all going to go out going crazy on the streets because there's an alien aircraft? And okay, all of a sudden, all the churches are going to shut down because people are going to lose their faith. No, it's not going to be like that, in my opinion. I hope it don't. Oh, I'll pray that it don't. That's basically all I can do. You can't stop crazy from crazy. You know what I mean? They got to stop it themselves. They got to want to stop themselves, right? Okay, so let's go. I gotta get a bookmarker on this because there's another topic I want to talk about next live stream I do. But um, yes, I covered everything pretty much. I planned on covering. I know there's just a couple people left here. Let me see on Rumble. What's going on over there on Rumble? Now, if you just basically type in 3i Atlas Terraforming Mars, you can pretty much find the same article I looked at. It's getting really late here, and I'm about ready to crash out here. Get some sleep, well-deserved sleep, and hopefully everything is all right with everybody that here, watching the live stream. And I appreciate your support and sharing. And remember, I just want to say this again. Uh, I'm RH. I'm from Florida, and I served our country 21 years active duty in the United States Air Force, a little over 21 years. Retired from the Air Force back in 2001. I had many positions in the Air Force, kind of like a jack of all trades but master of none, something, comparable to that old saying, but something similar to that. But let's see. So a lot of this stuff I talk about, I have an advanced degree in space operations technology, that kind of thing. So I do know uh, a lot more that I don't discuss because it's, I don't think it's very, you know, it can be kind of, when you're talking about like clouds and cumulonimbus and all those type of clouds and different stratus, cirrus and all this kind of thing. And, I mean, and talk about weather, it gets kind of boring after a while. At least it does for me. Kind of dry material, so I don't want to put everybody to sleep. But if you have a problem sleeping, you could tune into Area 111 channel, listen to my monotone voice, and it could help you go to sleep. So you won't have to take sleeping pills. Okay, so maybe I can contribute that way, at least in some way. But remember that I go back kind of like as an investigative journalist, going all the way back to 2008, when some leaders of my community approached me, of all people, to warn me about a certain senator at the time. And I never heard the guy's name. I didn't know who he was. And I'm glad I was warned, but it took me down a road of a lot of, what do you call it? Lot of hours, thousands of hours of research. And so here I am on YouTube after they deplatformed you multiple times, had thousands of viewers for single live streams, and still to this day, they're throttling me back, you know? So, anyways, I hope y'all like the content. Hopefully I bring some interesting topics to the conversation, and hope it basically benefits people out there. And appreciate your support in the chat. Everybody's welcome. I'm not so thin skinned as I used to be. So especially once I started to get my voice was being heard. So after that, started to mellow down quite a bit. But I was furious what they were doing to our country, doing to our citizens, and I'm still furious that these people, these main criminal directors, are still not being held accountable. So with that said, remember, all we got to do is stay on the right team. And John chapter 17 is a great place to go study what our team is, our spiritual team. John chapter 17. A lot of education in that one chapter that we can obtain by just reading it, right? So, anyways, in God we trust. Everybody else we have to verify, right? Trust but verify. With that said, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you're from. This concludes the live stream. I said live stream, not screen, right? Good night.